Hello, everyone. Welcome to Animosity's Smite League Vanaheim Division Finals. I'm D'Lo, joined here by Zetan for the Tank Top Duo. We got Tess, Almighty Eye in the Sky. That makes this a Tess D's cast. And we've got an almighty matchup for you here today. So much riding on the line for both of these teams. It's Penguins Bishops versus win lane, lose game. Zetan, how we feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic, D'Lo. Haven't got to see a lot of Smite 1 going on in the last couple of months. Seen a lot of the Smite 2 stuff going on. Seen the gods coming in and out. And honestly, I've been missing a little bit of the Smite 1 that I played for 11 years. So, super excited to be getting back into this. When we left, there were a lot of shakeups being made to the game.
Yes.
They were dropping items in and out that had not been in the game for a long time. Looking at you here, Hasten Fatalis. I am assuming that has continued. I've heard some stories about Curse Weaver. Heard some stories about Cthulhu. I'm really interested to see what's going to be going on here.
I've heard some stories too here, Zetan. I've heard some stories about both of these teams. You have Penguins Bishops, headed by Ionized, a team erected all in honor of our fallen friend, Penguin Pimp. And you can see that icon in the middle. This one's for him. And they've made good on the name. Undefeated this entire season. They clearly have his blessing. On the other side, you have win lane, lose game, the third seed. And they have Sifu, who reportedly is announcing this will be their last season, their last game of competitive Smite. A lot is riding on this, way more than just the prize pool. It's about honor, it's about glory, it's about legacy.
Having made that announcement like 3 times myself, Sifu, I'm about it, buddy. I mean, if that's the case, if this is that last set, you got to give everything you got.
It's that last hurrah. And with that comes some questions, of course. When so much rides on the line, it's a best of 5 here. So much on the table. What gods do you bring to it? Do you start off with your tried and true comfort picks? Do we ride with the meta, what's just been proven by all to stand the test of time? Or do you throw something completely crazy and kooky as just a Hail Mary attempt to throw the enemy off their game? What's got to be the draft philosophy?
So there's a couple of ways you can go about it. And, that throw the wild stuff out there is a legitimate way to do it. If you got a best of 5 going on, if you're going to try something wild, game 1's the spot to do it. Because either way, you've still got 2 games to clean it up. If you're going to try something wacky, if you're going to try something that you're not comfortable with, that's the time to do it before you have to lock in. But the Penguins here, they're undefeated. They're moving into this undefeated, and I don't know that I see them throwing anything wild out there. I think they're going to try and run it down. Got an Amaterasu ban. I do remember Ama, and I had seen her in Smite 2. It didn't get any better. She's still strong. Solid ban being thrown at here. Nua.
He's also pretty solid. Also in Smite 2. Also pretty annoying.
Oh, okay, Nua. Yeah, well, and regardless of the god's like safety capability in lane, just the fact that once you hit that like 5-6 item mark in the 20-25 minute area, and you can just start a team fight by pressing 4 and either pulling Aegis or dropping 700 health off everybody on the map. It's kind of obnoxious. There goes the Ravana. There goes the Cthulhu. There goes the X-Ball. Looking at the Ravana ban, the Ama ban, Ravana's been performing well as long as I can remember now.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of
It's been a bit.
solid couple of seasons. Ravana has been a very solid choice. He's been one of those lockdown, rundown assassins that you can use to get to something like an op wash. First pick? Somebody's trolling me.
Nah, bro, you don't understand, Z. I believe the last time you cast it, it was that Upflash set, wasn't it? And it mollywopped on Forget Nick. You don't understand the new playground we are in. It is Upwash's world. We are all living in it, and soon, for our friends on Win Lane Lose Game, might be dying in it. Camazotz is going to be the next pick locked in there, a great jungle threat. Kukulin as a hover, I'm not mad at that whatsoever. With Amma and Cthulhu Band, that's a great bully in your solo.
That's a very solid matchup specifically towards the Opwash. I mean, the Kama, the Kukulin, they rely on dive, right? And Opwash is pretty solid for counter dive, but Camazotz has the ability to get into that bat out of hell, just kind of dodge all of that damage. Kukulin's hard to kill as is, and it's something that you're going to need if you're diving Opwash. Now, behind that Opwash, though, comes trouble.
Yes.
Shock, Khepri, very, very solid front line out of this chalk. I've got to assume it's going into the solo lane. Khepri, I don't need to tell you. We've all seen Khepri. He's been here for a while. That revive just, it can be so annoying if it's used in the right spots, used well. And with some of the players I'm seeing in this lobby, I've got to assume it's probably going to be. So that's going to be a thorn in someone's side.
It's very capable as far as countering that dive. You said it before, that Win Lane Lose Game, they're going full tilt with his Camazotz Kukulin. Hey, reset button. You try to kill my Opwash, he's back again, throwing more corpses at you, and now you're a corpse added to the collection. Martikaros, bit of an interesting departure. It goes to the sky, just like Camazotz, but not quite the full dive. No big leap, no big dash there to initiate the fight. What do you think is the philosophy behind that pick?
I mean, obviously the Martikaros can run carry lane if he wants to. I kind of have to imagine that's going into the mid lane. I do seem to recall a lot more Martikaros being played out of that mid lane, kind of the same tier as AMC. Lot of hunter bands coming out of our Penguin crew here. Charybdis, Jingwei, they banned away the Xbalanque in the first round. There's a lot of hunter bans getting thrown at Win Lane Lose Game here. They opted for the assassins. Cleodna, Lancelot, both very good assassins. Also, coincidentally, both pretty good assassins for sticking onto an Opwash. So, we have the Opwash. I assume it's mid. That leaves Penguin needing a hunter.
Can't choose Honor.
I like the on her.
More dive.
I like the on her here.
More ability to get aggressive, go aggro, also use it as escape. Of course, Hachiman.
Oh, your favorite!
You know what? I've got to respect it in this case. It makes sense. Like, I'll tilt my hat. Fine. It's okay at this point. You need that because you need to be able to stay safe, stay back. Opwash, of course, needs all the peel they can get. Hachiman, you want to rely on a hunter that doesn't quite need to be babysat quite so much. Serket, their final pick. Now that's where things get a bit more interesting. Walk me through that, Z.
The Serket pick, Serket is an assassin that is very high skill, very high execution. I don't hate Serket into this matchup. It's relatively strong into the Camazotz. You've got that taunt. You've got the ult. There is the option to kill Camazotz there before he has the opportunity to get into that bed out of hell. You've got a lot of good matchups here, but there's a lot of CC immunity waiting around for that Serket.
And we're done waiting around. We're going to be getting into the action to see who can take this almighty, all-important first game of the best of 5. So let's hop into it. It's Penguins versus Win Lane Lose Game. Game 1. Bring it on. Welcome back, everyone. Penguins Bishops. Win Lane Lose Game. Animosity. Smite League Vanaheim Finals. I'm D'Lo. Joined here by Z-Tan. We got Tess, almighty eye in the sky, and you watching at home, Z-Tan. We have 3 lanes here. We have 5 gods on each side. Which ones demand your attention?
Well, immediately so I'm looking to this mid lane. That's the first spot I'm looking. You've got 2 decent dive assassins in the jungle. Camazot, Serket. You've got great early kill potential on either of these mid laners, really. Opwash is great to gank at level 1, 2. So is Marticarus. They can't go anywhere. Both of these guys may need to play carefully, but if either of these jungles could get that early kill there, it's a solid look to start the match off. Duo lane, I'm not expecting a massive amount out of this. I don't expect on her to really, or Hachi to really try and box on her. Xing Tian's gonna heal up any damage you do to him almost. I'm not expecting a lot of fireworks coming out of that duo lane just yet. No, Kama's not letting Serket run around on the Marty.
That's going to be a difficult issue, of course. Once we hit level 5 especially, Marty becomes insanely more annoying to deal with. You can put the poison on him, but you can't necessarily get that basic off to make sure the passive actually gets that extra damage racked up. Solo lane, certainly an interesting one. You have a bit of anti-heal in that barbed spear to just try to put a dent in that rain dance, but who overall? 2 bullies here slotted between Ionized and Mortal Colossus. Who do you think wins the Battle of the Titans?
You know, when you talk about a matchup like that between Chalk and Cucullin, I think it's whoever gets more jungle help. Neither of you should really be killing each other. Cucullin's taken some decent poke, though, from the minion aggro. I wonder if Chalk knows Kama's there. He's got to, right?
Seems to be the case. Playing it back, playing it safe, gotta respect that. Camazot's getting a bit of farm in the form of that nugget. At the very least, you make sure that goes into your pockets. As far as just what minute we're looking at here, is there a certain time within this game that a certain team should be expected to dominate? Mid-game, early game, late game dynamics? Who do we think has the favor in each part?
I think both teams have pretty similar dynamics throughout this match here. You look across the board here. Anhur, Hachi, Opwash, Marticarus. The general backlines here are all fairly late game oriented. Kama's on him though.
This is a bit of an issue there. That blink already forced out. And the leap as well from Serket to respond, trying to catch them with their pants down, but luckily not using that ambush to go in. Now Opwash, trying to get in a bit of their damage as well. That fleeting breath, must be said, could be incredibly potent. Get a stun off if you decide to heal during its time. Ambush being used once again by Serket for safety. Rotation here from the Cullen's
coming over.
Gonna force Penguin's Bishops to back off.
Absolutely not. You do not want to tangle with the Cucullin when he walks over there. Looks like when Lane lose game are going after the Bull Demon, they're gonna get it. Penguin's Bishops do get their blue. We're 3 minutes in. Gold's about 600 in favor of when Lane lose game right now. You know, before that little invade happened, like we were talking about the dynamics. And I think both of these teams are pretty well looking to hit late. That was a lot of damage.
Both ultimates just being kind of traded out. But luckily that knockup catching the end of the Storm Call once the CC immunity faded actually gives just enough time there for Mortal Colossus to escape a potential follow-up Thunder Strike. Torrent can be evaded there by the Salmon Leap too, so this is just showing some great chops here by Mortal Colossus. Really, if I was them, I would not be stepping a toe out that tower, but has the confidence in their play to evade the abilities from Ionize while answering right back.
Tian's ulting Kepri back. That was just disrespect. Was all that was. There was no one there to follow up on that. But sometimes you just want to sling that bug through the air. I know I've had the impulse. So far, looking across the board at these items, Cucullin has already got this mystical mail online, which honestly in a lane matchup like this, I'm not sure entirely works into his favor. It's not going to hurt anything. It's going to help you build the rage a little faster. You get some physical prots, some you know, AoE damage. But man, Chalk and Cucullin are both just so hard to kill.
Serket seems to have realized that. Just walks over, does the exact same thing Camazotz did earlier, where Sifu was just like, yeah, I'm good. This is not too big of an issue. for either of these solo laners, especially if they have ultimates in pocket. Ionize certainly does. And that just means that we're still about 5 minutes in with no kills on the board. When there's passive play like this, does one side particularly benefit, or is it still tie game as it all shows on the scoreboard?
Well, when it's a very passive game, what it comes down to is farming, objectives, and rotations, which some games come down to anyway, but in these passive games it especially gets there. Opwash ults out. Okay.
Objective for him. Articarus could be the objective, though, as well, having to be forcing that death from above. They have to land at some point. They're going to land right into that last breath. They take their last gasp before they're taken up with the first blood. There's a nice toss-up by the Xingqian. Could prove troublesome here for the Beetle. This time there's someone here to actually stomp on you afterwards. That Scare's Blessing is going to be forced out. The Corpse Explosion can't quite save him. Opwash has to turn tail and flee. I'm sorry, Milan Eyes, you got to go down. The one-for-one trade here in the jungle, at the very least. Bull Demon does go down the way of Penguins Bishops, as well as that first blood.
They got the Bull Demon, they got the first blood, and they were down about 600-700 gold. Now they're up 200. Not a large margin, but better than being down in any bit. And so we've got one kill on the board for each team. Not quite an even trade. Penguins Bishops lose Kepri, whereas Win Lane lose game, lose their mid laner. Not necessarily the trade you'd look to make, but better than trading for nothing.
Also important, though, the kills and who they went to. You have a kill in the pocket of a Xingqian, which, I mean, sure, Furious roar it on up, buddy, but you have the other kill in the pocket of your Surcat. Now, granted, there's no assist value to come off the back of that. That's okay. Keep all the gold for yourself. Get a bit Fafnir with it. That's fantastic to have in Crimsonized's pocket. Just enables him to snowball a bit more and potentially abuse this vulnerable mid, like you mentioned before.
She may absolutely look to abuse the mid, and it's looking like we may be going towards a hybrid kind of Bruiser Surcat build path here, which it's going to make diving these carries. I mean, obviously you lose out on a little bit of the burst damage capability of Surcat, but you do gain that survivability and the ability to just kind of stick in, which when we combine this with Chalk, when you combine this with a Kepri res, I do not envy the win lane lose game backliners 15-20 minutes in. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
I don't envy being Martikaros right now. Gonna have to take to the sky and gonna be able to evade this, empty the crypts, but they're not blocking your path with no more health left. Reaping Eyes. Make sure to reap the soul of SK with an Opwash basic attack. That thing's deadly. Triple kill. On to Sifu. Should have retired a game earlier, they say. Nice work by Penguins Bishops. Has 2 more kills to the count. Unfortunately, Ian Eyes won't be around to enjoy it. They get soloed by Kukulkan.
That's surprising to me, seeing the Kukulkan actually get the Chalk, but his health is really low, which that makes a little more sense, kind of more what you would expect out of the matchup. They were both beating the snot out of each other. Kukulkan just kind of ended up on top of it. Fair enough. 3 kills to 2. Penguins Bishops are moving for the BDK again. I don't think... Yep, okay. They got it. Gold, about 1,000. Up from where we were a couple of minutes ago. Penguins Bishops are moving around the map well. I like these rotations they're making. Game is pretty slow-paced at this point. So what needs to happen here? At this point, I think we need to look towards the mid. We need to look towards the carry. Or Surcat.
Surcat, potentially. That bat out of hell. Crimson Eye's just gonna hug a wall. You're not cleaner. That thing got banned, and that means you're dead. Here comes Opwash. They're gonna unfortunately miss. After King Corpses, that could just grant the life of the jungler, because here comes the backup as well. Empty the crypts, trying to add them to the ranks. Kepri gonna get tossed up once again. Just let this guy's 6 legs touch the ground, please. Gonna allow Malnaz to get right back to safety. That was close one. Only losing your jungle, not too shabby, but feels unfortunate. We're seeing Win Lane lose game really go for this Surcat, which is pretty surprising to see when Opwash you'd consider to be your typical vulnerable target. But look at Reaping Eyes just continuing to move forward, just like those corpses are. Might catch themselves a nice Xingqian off the back of that Tomp, and unfortunately that Corpse Explosion already having been used. There's not too much kill potential just yet. They're going to get back just fine.
Yeah, well, maybe
I lied.
not.
I lied. I'm sorry. I'm
No.
sorry. Fake news here in the mid lane. Crimson Eyes Using that blink says, it ain't over till I say it's over. Now it's over. Brings down that kill on top of the Xing head. It's never safety until they've used every single one of their 4 dashes.
Yes, boy in the cupboard under the stairs, Supreme Quality will be expecting a written apology for that caster's curse.
Once the mailman actually finds me down here, he'll be able to get it. It might be a bit until we see that happen. Now it's about 10 minutes. Beacon coming up in 2. What dynamics do we expect around that? At this point, E&I is down 1 death. Do you expect them to stick around in the lane, play a bit of Farmville, or do you want to see rotations from both solos?
I don't think ANI's being down a level on Chalk is anything that egregious. Is it optimal? Is it what you would want specifically? No. But Chalk is not a god that plays horrendously from behind. He's still tanky, he's still hard to kill, he can still displace, he can still do the things that you want out of a solo laner, even a little bit behind. Anher just jumped though. Oh no.
That is unfortunate. Disperse used Impale, thrown up against your own pillar. Here comes the Khepri, looking for blood this time. That Distant Fury, not gonna save you. Throw a tantrum all you want, but we're still getting this kill. Another one falls in the pocket here for Surcat. Make it 3.
3, 1, and 2 on the Surcat. I mean, you've got 100% kill participation out of this Surcat so far for Penguin's Bishop. Crimsonized is doing extremely well on this pick. And this Jotun's Wrath into the Shifter's Shield. Oh, we're going for Gold Fury. Empty the Crims is out.
That's a nice tool to get it. And might get yourself a nice kill on the Xing Chen right after they toss up 2 this time. At least someone can join Milanized on the Carnival ride. Fortunately, Xing Chen might be joining their friends back in the Fountain. Supreme Quality. Nice high-quality kill there on the part of Crimsonized. Make it 4. And a fantastic objective engagement as well. Penguins Bishops now starting to expand this lead. You want to be in on this too, Camazons? We can have you join the party. They say, I think, I'll neglect to join that Evite. Ooh, a nice route, though. Could say otherwise. Milanized having to back off.
Right. 4, 1, and 2 on the Surcat. 6 to 3. Read the kills. About 2,000 gold up now for Penguins Bishops. They're starting to build a lead here. Okay. Kukulin got a level up. That's fine, they said. We'll start getting kills on the left side of the map. We'll start getting the Gold Fury. We're getting the Beacon. They're not letting Colossus do anything with this lead, and they're building a gold lead so far from everywhere else. I mean, he's still occupied with Aeonized here. That lead's kind of been made irrelevant. So 2,000 gold is nothing crazy yet, but the Gold Fury's down. There's nothing really up other than these towers for right now. Hunter's getting yanked, though.
Yoink, come on here, my friend. I gotta give you a big ol' hug. Milanized takes the kill, says, I want to know this with a support kill action. And Nuke gonna go down for their trouble. Unfortunately, 1 kill the Surcat can't quite be a part of, but I'm sure they'll be okay. Support, though, getting some blood on those pincers.
Look, I played like a season or 2 with Flippin' Ninjas as my support. I've got some trauma regarding Khepri and kill steals. Solid play there. Great gank from Khepri. Marty's in the air. What got him there? Oh,
Surcat could be in a bit of trouble, but Opwash is here to peel. Might unfortunately become part of the meal instead. Egg is forced out. Bat out of hell finds both targets, but can't quite get them lumped up in the same sum. A nice Scare's Blessing might have come a bit too early, though. Reaponized stops the spin to win. Spin to your doom instead. A beautiful corpse explosion quickly puts an end to the Disney ride. Ianized, though, not having fun here in the Tower of Terror. They might get fallen down in just a second. Underneath all this pressure, a good Thunderstrike, good damage there on top of the Camazots. It's not going to be enough, but here comes Reaponized, taking another soul for the count, and Brackenized has come here as well. Mortal Colossus will fall. A brilliant counter engaged by Penguins Bishops. Anytime you take one of us out, 3 more will rear their head.
all right. So I might have to coin a new phrase for this this set. We're not in uh-oh territory, but win lane lose game are approaching like oh no.
Okay.
So let me explain. Oh
Please.
no. We went from the first 8 minutes of this game, right?
Yes.
Very even, very close, within a couple hundred gold, And then in just the last 4 or 5 minutes, that lead is extended by 4,000. There's now level deficits almost across the board. You're not at that point where it's unwinnable, but you're definitely at that point where you're like, oh no, this isn't great. And it's happened so quickly. Pyro has went down in Penguin's Bishop's favor. The Gold Fury did too. There's a tower down for both duo lanes now. Little bit of gold flowing in. We're starting to see these third items crop up. This Gold Fury is coming back up, and I honestly I expect Penguin's Bishops to just march over and try and take it.
Why not? They have all of this great securing power and zone control. The Reaper. And I think what that last fight's issue was, Camazotz just wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They were splitting that bat out of hell's damage between both Crimson and Reaper. And guess what? You got neither one. And that just feels so unfortunate when you feel like Reaper being the obvious pick. War never changes, Zetan. Opwash is always vulnerable. They did not give him a dash. They did not Kukulkanify him in this game. So he's still got to be your priority target, and honestly, if you decide to focus a bit more fire on him, he could be gracing the screen with his first death. Instead, this guy's immortal.
I mean, what are you gonna do? You're having to dive him in front of a Kepri.
That's a fair point.
At the end of the day, how much can you genuinely do about it? You can focus that all in and maybe hope that I don't know, maybe hope that Mylanize took that moment to grab a tissue and sneeze, but you're still staring down a Kepri, and so at some point you're gonna have to make a choice. Like you're gonna have to make a fake engage and try and pull this Kepri ult, or maybe even look to kill Kepri, but trying to dive Opwash outright with the Kepri sitting in the backfield is just not usually going to go in your favor.
And look at that. Kepri securing that Magi's Blessings, wants to make sure that no CC, whether it be a sneeze or an ultimate from that Xing Chen, affects them. Sneezing should be a form of CC. That would be dope. But it's not going to be affecting Milanized either way, at least for a period of time while they have that bubble up. So you got to burst that first before you can even bust the Beetles back open. And now with another beacon, cropping right back up. So Penguins Bishops want to take the offensive on, and that space control doing decent damage there, pulling back in Xing Chen. Already down to half. Meanwhile, United made the rotation. Empty the crypts, going to be backing them off, but here comes the damage raining down instead onto the circuit. They could be in a bit of trouble. Bat out of hell follows them up, but Ian's got the real follow-up. Uppercut supreme quality. Right back to the fountain on her separated. Needs to get a bit of space through that impale. That pillar slows them down for just a little bit. Cullen trying to bully and bluster their way forth. Forced out of the dash. That corpse explosion going to do decent damage as well. And now the pulled right back in. Get another kill for Milanize. No, it's going to go to Crimson instead. Mortal Colossus. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The entire time, Ianai has been 1v2ing. Penguins Bishop say, I want in on this action. Let me get in here. Nice scare of his blessing. Might have gone on the wrong target, Milanize, because you're the one who's dropping down low. Ianai says, though, I want to go fast. Not fast enough. Camazot's going to be able to back out to safety. Thanks to that death from above. Going to be the same story as well for SK. Great fight from Penguins. They secure the beacon, secure some kills on top.
It was a great fight from the Bishops, and you mentioned it in the fight, but all this time that the Bishops took to kill Colossus, Aeonize was just casually just beating the crap out of two people down below the tower. All the time in the world, all of the separation in the world, they could not get through Aeonized. Now, they didn't quite, well, okay, they are getting the Gold Fury.
Well, let's
Unless
see. Honor might have something else to say about it. There's a rotation coming in as well. You have the solo, you have the bat, you have the blink, you have the storm call, and you have the kill onto Nuke. Rampage there for Crimsonized. The river will run red with their blood. Crimsonized, though, unfortunately shut down right afterwards. It's a Primal Fury pickup there for Penguins. And what more can they get off the back of it? They're still positioning aggressively. Mylanize wants to wet their pincers once again. Might be with Xing Chen's blood at the moment. Slowed down by the rain dance, brought back in close. Ian Eyes will take the kill from the bloodthirsty Beetle. Add 2 to the count for 1, but Penguins Bishops also get the Fury.
Dilo, I've just noticed something. I'm seeing Claws. I'm seeing Ichabel. What year is it?
Oh, dear God. This is some scary tech we've got moving on here. We're going back in time, I guess. Marty, get in the DeLorean. Reach this to 88 kills quick.
1.21 gigawatts. Ickable being back in an ADC build is just that's a moment for me. I remember when they took the item out of the game, and I have a sneaking suspicion that it was almost purely because Erlong Shin's existence. But Ickable's a very strong item, and I don't think it's doing on her a lot of good here. He's behind this Hachi, watching in these last couple of team fights. Hachi is shredding. He's got this Executioner, he's got the Kinsai, he just finished the Titan's Bane. He is going to absolutely be melting these tanks, and this level 12 Jing Tian is just not going to be able to take it. What I want to see here, I want to see Jing Tian get some levels. If you're Supreme quality right now, you have got to find some farm.
And we just have not seen that. There's a Pyromancer once again dropped by Penguins Bishops. You now have bombs firmly in the pocket of both Ionized as well as Melanized, and that just does not feel good. 21 minutes now, 14-5, 7,000 gold lead. So not only are we in uh-oh territory, we're also in oh-no territory. What other phrases can we stack on? What can win lane lose game do to get themselves back in it?
As of right now, you do have some boons if you're win lane lose game. SKG 42 and Nuke, they're not that far down. Level 18, level 19 out of your mid and carry, you're almost to that level 20 point. The big issue right now is going to be the items, but you're still kind of capable of fighting. You've just got to be careful about it. You don't really want to take the 5v5. If you can catch one of the bishops out of position and get a pick, you then start looking to be able to be in contention for these objectives. But it looks like the bishops are wanting to group up around this fire, and they are daring win lane lose game to do something about it.
They have so many securing tools. I don't blame them. Between the two bombs in their pocket, a storm call, as well as that empty the crypts, win lane lose game have got to find some answer. Onher's trying to find it by praying at this tier 1 tower in mid. That's not going to save you. Best repent for your sins quick. Cullen might have to want some add onto the count as they go in with the big damage on that Mortal Spear. Penguins Bishops take the FG. Let's see what more he can grab on top. Reaper Beads is the spin to win because they want to win that engagement. Takes the Rampage onto Supreme Quality. Bat out of hell, finds a bit of damage, but finds salvation as well in the repositioning. Meanwhile, in the back, it's Ionized once again, beating the crap out of anyone who puts legs to their claim. Going to be Martikaros instead, spreading their wings, going to the sky, but they're going to be going down to the ground for that storm call. SK put down once again, and it's going to be Nuke right afterwards. Absolutely exploded for the double on Ionized. Serket using those 4 dashes to try to close the distance between her and Kukulin. Can't quite get the kill instead. It's going to be the Bat trying to juke those basics. Jukes that Cobra's Kiss. Hey, nice job. Devouring Leap to get back to the Phoenix.
Yeah, this might be looking like a bird here. Mid and carry are still down for another 20 seconds. I think it just walk in.
You have this Kamazotz and the Zingshan on your left. It's a lot of front line, not too much big damage that can come from this, especially if you put the Kamazotz down, empty the crypts, and the bird like that is burned away. Penguins Bishops unfortunately have to take down their fellow Birdman, but it's for a good cause. Right side Phoenix up in flames.
Yep, that's right bird down. Probably going to be Beacon, probably going to be Oni Fury. And at this point, if I'm Penguins Bishops, we're now up like 10k gold. I think we get this Beacon. I think you go over and get the Oni back, finish up some items, and then look to finish out the last 2 minutes of your Fire Giant. Yes, we've got 2 minutes left on this fire. I mean, they've got all the time in the world for whatever they want here. There's no reason that this doesn't result in all the T2s down easily. They're both at half health. No reason those should stay standing. And I mean, you might even be looking at time to make a siege on the left bird.
Xena, we have another case, as this Oni Fury is put up for the claim by Penguins Bishops, where an op wash is mollywopping. Top of the damage charts. Deathless. I know this brings a tear to your eye, maybe not for the same reason that it brings one to mine, but why is this the case? How has the story for this god changed so heavily, aside from the buffs? On the field, why can they just not kill Reaponized?
Well, either I'm wrong about Opwash, which obviously that can't be the case.
Of course.
It just can't. Or, as I would be yelling at, an opposing one in my ranked games, if it wasn't for that Kepri, I could kill him. It could be the team composition. It could be the target prioritization. Maybe win lane, lose games. Comms are not in the right spot. But whatever it is, please win lane, lose game. I need you to make this Opwash look bad. Stop making me look dumb.
I don't know, man. Reaper has just done such a fantastic job on this god. Look at them, setting up their corpses to count for later. They're operating their little kill count. James A. Janice would be proud. Little storage in the back as they move forward for this Phoenix. You have Ian Eyes leading the charge. Empty the Crypts can do some decent damage for the spin to win. If you want to fight in this battlefield, might be a bit more hazardous than you expect. A lot of poke suffered there. And as they go in, you didn't realize that my little careful storage of corpses. Cone could be in trouble once again. Kepri puts down that spirit, puts down the Scarab's Blessing. It's not enough, though. The alternate timeline instead. And you've encountered the bad one. Reaper shut down. Sifu paid back for their crimes. But Penguins Bishops have done enough poke to force win lane lose game back to the fountain. Force this Phoenix back down to Cinders. Left side does go down, but they've lost their key tool to Siege.
We just saw firsthand how much it takes to kill this Opwash. You've got to get through the Opwash. You've got to get through the Kepriol. You've got to get through the alternate timeline. I'm feeling justified in saying this isn't about the Opwash.
I don't know about that one. 5-1 for our friend Reaper. Has been doing a fantastic job. Circuit has well. And these are two gods that are really frustrating to deal with. Just because, one, you have to walk through a sea of corpses, quite literally, to even have hope to take them down. The other one just has a million ways to escape. So what is our focus then in these fights? What element have we not been quite getting the hang of on the side of win, lane, lose game? Is it just that focus fire like you mentioned before? Is a certain player that we need maybe just to pick up the pace a little bit? I'm seeing that on her 0-4 at this point. It's been a bit of a rough story here for the Kitty Cat.
Yeah, it's been a little rough for that, and not that I've ever been salty about Opwash. Reap is playing a fantastic game on this Opwash. And we just saw what happens when you try to dive him. Once again, Q, Kepri ult, alternate timeline, empty the crypts, all of these things that you have to deal with to get to him. But now that we're at this 27-minute mark, those builds are starting to finish out, you also can't just leave him alive. That AoE damage is too much, it's going to be more than you can deal with, and you don't have a traditional mage to try and fire back at him, so it's going to be up to Kamazats and Kukulin to try and get in and deal with it.
I have to deal with this fact that we have 5 members. Now Fire Gianted up once again, last breath, pushes back, Mortal Colossus into danger. Ian is trying to bring back the solo lane scraps, this time have a different ending. Bubble burst on top of Milanized as well. All 5 members win, lane, lose game have retreated back from their tower shenanigans because the right bird's down again. No kills quite just yet, which means they still have their trump card for the defense. The shell is popped, so is the ultimate. We're going for game. Nuke taken down once again. You'll never get a kill. Nice Scare's Blessing keeps Reaponized in it for a bit longer, but they're dead. So is Milanized. Mortal Colossus taking out for the double kill, and that's going to be it. Penguins Bishops call check and mate. Game 1 goes the way of order.
That was a spectacular end. Absolutely spectacular end on the part of Penguins Bishops. That was ballsy. That was not a guaranteed end. That was close. You lost 2 people. The empty the crypts, the damage that you got off beforehand, very solid. But that was a good call for an end there. And yes, Opwash performed admirably. Stop shaking your head at me.
You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. It was top locked for a reason. You have to put a lot of faith in a god to do something like that, especially with your undefeated season. Still keeping it that way here, man. 1-0. It's a best of 5. They have got plenty of time for win-lose game to prove us liars that they can't do this, but it feels good. On the reverse side, let's take a look at the performances. Let's see the numbers from our friends on WLLG. What do we think did well? What do we think had a bit of a rough time?
Well, I think the Marty performed fine. And I say fine. It did what it was trying to do. It just wasn't, it didn't do what the role needed to do. Opwash was casting at range for large chunks of people's health, and win lane lose game just didn't really have a response to it. Right? You didn't have a Scylla crush to throw over the wall or a final judgment to throw around the corner. You had Marticarous abilities. I would like to see win lane lose game move to a more traditional bombardment mage, something like that. Because if you have that firing into the back line, it's not just up to Sifu and Colossus to try and kill that Opwash.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see just a bit more focused fire there. It was unfortunately just not finding the mark. You talked about how vulnerable those mids were, and it felt like only one side was really taking advantage of it. The first blood falling on SK, several kills afterward as well. Milanized on their part was doing so fantastic with that. Of course, we could talk about the one kill, but really the abducts. The abducts were fantastic, demanding that everyone as well. You could see the comms just sink into place where everyone immediately turned their attentions to whoever was in their clutches. It could be supreme quality, it could be a squishy. Either way, the team was ready for action when someone called for it. And the day, that's going to be the game. But don't worry, we got plenty more of action right for you here in Animosity Smite League Vanaheim Finals, so don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming at you after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Animosity Smite League Vanaheim Finals between Penguins, Bishops, and Win Lane Lose Game. Game 2. After a rousing, very fast-dealt victory by the Penguins, I'm D'Lo. Joined here by Z-Tan for the Tank Top Duo, we got Tess, Almighty Eye in the sky, and despite being in a closet, I promise you, I am not being held here against my will. Z-Tan, what we want to see here for these next P's and B's?
Blink twice if you need help, by the way.
Got you.
So, last game, not great at the end. For the side of Win Lane Lose Game, not fantastic from that like midway point up. They had a really close first 10 minutes, and it started to kind of spiral downhill. The Penguins Bishops just kind of built a lead, started winning some team fights, and though I may never forgive myself for saying it out loud again, Opwash did a lot for those team fights. It is what it is, and it won't be happening again because they're banning it.
Dang it, man. Like, see, this is how, you gotta understand, this is how I feel, Z-Tan, anytime Hachimon's meta, so like for the past year and a half. So you experiencing a month of it and throwing in the towel just shows that you got no mental. You got weak mentals right there, Z-Tan. You gotta retire alongside my man Sifu. That being said,
I did.
That's true, yeah, you did. You made good on it. After 3 attempts. Cthulhu banned away as well. And that just means we're going to see a relatively similar landscape, which begs the question, do we see relatively similar picks?
I'm not sure. I think for Penguins Bishops, you could go right back to that draft if you wanted to. Obviously you won in pretty convincing fashion post 15 minutes, so there's no issue with going back to that. On the other hand, for Win Lane Lose Game, I do think you've got to kind of go to the drawing board. That draft obviously just kind of crumbled and fell apart, and I think a lot of that was due to not having that artillery. And it was like I said in the end game of game 1, you know, not having any of that artillery damage out of a mage means that it is 100% on your solo and your jungle to kill the opposing mid laner or carry. And if that's the case, if they don't get them, nobody does. Final Judgment, Agni Bomb, something from that back line could really help with that, and I think that's what they were lacking, not to mention the objective secure you get from it.
Odin, gonna be the first pick there. Banned away the Khepri as well. Ravan gonna be the final ban from Penguins. Leaves this Camazotz open for the taking on their side. And you know what? I really approve of that. That Camazotz was the big threat that we saw from Sifu. He was playing, I'd say, gosh darn near the best on the team. And you mentioned the lack of artillery damage being an issue. It also might be the lack of the mainstay players. Now Ponylandier will be in that mid. That is their normal mid. And we have SK roading to that carry position instead. Jormungandr is gonna be the pick. I love the big snake. This is gonna be fun. We're looking for a 20-foot Burmese python.
And he's getting...
Damn it.
You're gonna get him.
You win some, you lose some, see?
You know what? Like, I don't hate the Hachimon, and I especially don't hate that you're taking it away from Penguins Bishops. He had a very solid performance on that Hachi last game. Hachi's a very solid pick. Why give it back to him for free? You needed to make a change up in the draft. It's a good move. And I really like that Morgan Le Fay to follow it. It's not quite an Agni or a Toth, but got a lot of self-peel. Got decent artillery damage, got good mobility, CC immunity, harder to kill. I like where they're heading with this draft.
They're thinking a bit defensively in my mind. It's 2 ults on your backline that grant them CC immunity and a lot of space and mobility. Morgan Le Fay, of course, can use that consuming power for repositioning. Can also use it for some damage if someone's caught in the cage. It's not that big circle that you necessarily want, like a Fear No Evil, like a Silema Monster, like a Scylla Crush, in the midst of the Spring of Spears. I still like it, though, especially when fleeing from a Jormungandr and Camazotz, who both are untargetable inside their ults. So it grants you a bit of time and a bit of safety. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we don't see it too defensive of a mindset before the game's all said and done. Don't, fold your cards in before you've even made the ante. Make sure you get to see the flop and the turn of the river before we actually decide what to do with our chips. Now that leaves open, question of what Penguins can respond with. Anything you have high hopes for, Z?
I mean, you've got your sights on the opposing mid and carry. I think this is a decent spot you could use to lock in a mid or a carry. We saw some Charybdis bans, stuff like that. All of these picks are still open right now. They're opting for the mid pick, Yuong. Very solid. Very solid pick. Very safe. Good range damage. Not a lot bad to say about him. So now we've got the Hun Bats, the Charybdis band, Pele.
Ooh.
Okay.
And Honor as well. That's interesting. I'm surprised the Honor gets banned, and you know what that forces? X-Ball got first wave ban. I was expecting this, if anything, to be banned away, because this is scary. You're wandering alone at night in the dark, and a friendly neighborhood giant bat the size of a human comes by to ask if you want a cup of sugar, ask if you're visiting your grandma's house, swoops down, knocks you on the head. Jormungandr, the same thing. It's quite literally a horror movie when you have this bat chasing you down from the skies and a serpent coming from below.
Well, at least you no longer have to stop momentarily to prevent being stunned by it.
True. Still sucks.
Absolutely. Definitely still sucks, but it doesn't suck as bad as it used to suck.
That's nice.
So, Yuong, Xbalanque, Jormungandr, Camazotz, Raiji?
Why not? Raijin's been pretty solid lately in the meta. A lot of great... wait, hold on a sec. Wait, where is he going?
Clearly, either Morgan or Raijin are headed solo.
Raijin support? Raijin support, bro. Come on.
Gotta be Bardic support.
Let's go. He's been to the College of the Bards. He's looking to inspire everyone with some nice bardic chants of inspiration. This is interesting. You're going to see Jormungandr, which doesn't have the... No, it's got pretty solid clear, actually, now I think about it. That could be troublesome for you if you get underneath that pressure. You let Jormungandr get ahead, and you're not going to be building defense traditionally in either of those builds. I've got to wonder, which one do you think will be chosen for that solo lane?
Well, I don't know if you remember at the end of last year, but there was a period where both Raijin and Morgan Le Fay were just... That was all that was being played in solo for a few weeks. They're both capable of playing it. And really, I feel like it would just kind of come down to, woo, that's all right. Now that's confusing.
Well, so he's got to be in support, obviously.
Odin jungle?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're actually cooking with that one. Odin jungle, it sounds like. Rotating cage of spears, interesting way to try to put down some of these rotating threats. I mean, this is atypical. It's what we talked about before, where you said, Karna, wow, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, you talked about before, Z10, the fact that you want to see your wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flailing compositions in those first games. Is game 2 off the back of a loss the worst time to do it?
Well, it's not the best time to do it. But on the same note, you do still have a guaranteed next game.
It's true.
And you know, a lot of times with these comps, we see them, your diamond plus levels of play, you'll see some crazy stuff in some of these games. And honestly, Morgan Le Fay or Raijin over in the solo lane isn't that whack.
No.
So Ganesh going into support. I have to assume Odin's in the jungle. Hachi carry. I think I'm gonna look for Raijin to be in the solo lane.
I'd be down with that.
I honestly, I think it's kind of a coin flip here. But going over to the Penguin Bishops, draft. That's spooky. The Shablanque is
Yeah.
a hindrance in and of itself. Kamazot's, Jormungandr, Yu Wong, who, good luck trying to get in and kill that. Kumbhakarna, who makes the life of anything trying to die of a living hell. That's a kind of nasty draft coming out of the bishops here.
Both sides, I think, have great responses to dive and also great engages to dive. Last game we saw, it was WLLG saying, full gas pedal. We are full sending it, and they got kind of whopped for it. Anytime you saw dive, you saw Khepri abduct, you saw immediately a corpse explosion, empty the crypts, all placed down in response. Now, you can decide if you're going to lead the charge. You can quite literally march to the beat of your own drum, because you have the Raijin on your side, but also because if we get engaged on Odin Cage, triple, quadruple taunt from those Taiko drums, Ganesh pillars, a lot of player-made obstacles, but also we can use those tools offensively. Whereas on the side here of Penguins Bishops, global pressure is going to be very high between that X-Ball ult as well as Jormungandr. Anytime you think that there's no threat around you, all of a sudden, lights turn off, there's a snake waiting for you at the end of that tunnel.
Yeah, like I've said, this draft is kind of nasty. Now, that not to say that the win lane lose game draft can't do anything. You do have this Hachi, the Morgan, the Raijin, great damage coming out of that core once you get some items online. Odin jungle, gonna have good early game pressure, late game gonna fall off pretty hard, but at that point in the game, you're looking for Odin to be the facilitator, not the primary dealer anyway. And then Ganesh. Ganesh is just a good guardian. There's no explanation needed. He checks all of the boxes. He does all of the things you want out of a support very well. I think between the damage that maybe win lane lose game could have a good advantage in an even late game scenario, I think the problem's going to be getting there. Raijin, Morgan Le Fay, I don't know how you look to keep them alive from Kamazot's, Jormungandr, X-Ball ult, Yu Wong. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these squishies, depending on which one of them is the squishy, once we see who ends up in the solo lane. But it's a toss-up.
I think a lot of it could come down to who Ganesh decides to use that Omen. You can only silence, of course, 1 or 2 targets max at your greatest hopes. And there's some pretty good targets to do so with. You can prevent Kamazotz from going to the sky, prevent Jormungandr from going down to the ground, prevent Yu Huang from doing the same. Gonna have to find out in just a second as we get here into Game 2. Can Penguins keep up their undefeated mojo, or will they just continue to get, unfortunately, stifled? Let's find out as we get here into game. Once again, Vanaheim Finals. Animosity, Smite League. I'm D'Lo. Joined here by Z-Tan. We got Tess Almighty Eye in the sky. Z-Tan, let's talk about the mental game.
Hold up.
What? Holding? Wait.
Hold up.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Hold up on all the gravitas here. It's a Raijin jungle. No? It's a Morgan Le Fay. All right. Go. Go. Go.
Yeah, hang on. No, you keep talking. I'm having a stroke.
Okay. All right. Well, Z-Tan, we call medical attention. Tess, please make sure to pull up 911 real quick for my friend Z-Tan. This is interesting. In fact, the game has seemed to pause. No one knows what's going on. They could not handle the programming, saw Morgan Le Fay jungle and shut down on itself. Smite 1 is officially dead.
Yeah, you guys did that interview with Max, right? I almost, it's almost like, I don't know, he pulled this match and was like, what's going on here? Just stop this. All right. So let's go over this while we've got a little bit of time. Morgan Le Fay jungle. The clear is not going to be great.
Sure.
You don't really have an engage ability like you do with Camazotz or most of the other assassins. So ganks are pretty much going to be relegated to either your blink or, you know, hoping somebody doesn't see you coming. Which, that's not to say you can't make it work. It's definitely possible to make picks like this work. It's just a lot harder. So we've got Odin in the solo lane. I didn't even see
Honk
that
shoe.
coming, but oh my.
Uh-oh. Honk shoe? Might actually be taking the big sleep. Not going to be quite granted such luxury to not have to grace their eyes on top of this clown fiesta we're seeing here in the field. I mean, this game's heating up officially now, Z10, and I'm not just saying that because I'm casting from my grandma's closet in Florida. It's genuinely going to be an interesting one. You walked us through some of the downsides here of this Morgan Le Fay, what you might be losing. What do you gain?
I mean, what you gain is another mage. And that in and of itself, that's another abuser of Soul Reaver. That's another abuser of area damage. You gain another mage. You force more magical defense out of the opposing team. That frees up your Hachiman for more damage. There are bonuses to it. But a lot of the mages you typically see come out of jungle, thinking primarily of like a Poseidon. They've got that big burst kit with the Kraken, the cripple. You can stop people from getting out of it. You can do it all at once. Morgan doesn't have that kind of kit. So you're going to have to play it a little differently, but you do, like I said, get the added benefit of having a second mage, and a second full damage mage nonetheless. So what that means is that there's going to be a lot of damage getting thrown at this Penguins Bishop backline in the mid to late game. Once these team fights start grouping up, we see all the time the damage one mage can do. Penguins Bishops are going to have their hands full trying to stop win lane lose game from casting back there, because there's going to be a lot of it going on.
And that just might be what they've taken away as their lesson from that game one, where we talked about it. They just couldn't get enough damage on the Opwash, could never really seem to put a stutter in the step of that Hotfee. And we say, hey, two ultimates that reach far in the back while also having two ultimates that really constrict movement, this could be our tool. Now, it's an interesting one to say the least when you have this pillars on the Ganesh and then you have the cage on the Odin. You can't quite imagine you want to see them both used at the same time. That's quite literally putting a square into a circle-shaped hole. When do you want to see each of those ultimates? In fact, we might see one of them right now. And it's going to be used, try to place down at the feet of the Ganesh. That throw it back, unfortunately, uses the wrong time. Those branching bullets don't quite find the kill. So nice job by Win Lane Lose Game, going to stay alive. So jumping back to the question, Z, when do you want to see each of those player-made obstacles drop down in a team fight?
Well, the big thing that I always tell players that are using Ganesh in coaching, VOD reviews, stuff like that, the biggest mistake a lot of players make with Ganesh is not throwing that thing like it is going out of style. I want to see Ganesh using that ult. I want to see him using it on cooldown every time you've got the opportunity, because it is such a short cooldown. I think the base cooldown on the ult is like 60 or 70 seconds. With a little bit of cooldown, you end up getting like a 45, 50 second knockoff on that ult. You can afford to drop it like hotcakes. You can use it to engage the fight. You can use it to peel. You can use it to try and steal an objective. You can do whatever you want. Throw it with wild abandon. This Darkest Nights, that's going to need to be a little more strategic. You're on a much longer cooldown, and it's not quite as immediately effective. So they need to coordinate these with their team fights, with use of some other ults, that Dueling Dragons coming out of the Yuwang. There's going to be a lot of opportunities, even something as simple as, you know, give Kama a bit of cover. Normal?
Might need a bit of cover there for the World Serpent. In fact, going to take it refuge inside the ground. Here comes the Darkest of Nights, but only going to be able to not see as Jormungandr flees for their life. Tycho drums. Maybe Raijin thinking they were in danger in that moment, forced into the ultimate, and now BDK is in danger. at the hands of win lane lose game. Penguins Bishops. 2 members here to counter, going in aggressive. Camazotz finds some good damage down the Raijin. You can't Thunder Crash out, crash to the ground instead. Crimson takes that first blood on top of the mid. Supreme Quality, though, could go down as well for the double. We're going elephant hunting here, boys. I heard the Ivory Market's awfully nice. Going into the bat out of hell, looking for this triple. MLF jungle, more like MLF see ya. Taken up to the sky and down 6 feet under. Reap takes that one. 3 quick kills there for Penguins on top of that BDK.
Yikes. So, all right. That was 3-0 for Penguins Bishops. You got the mid, the jungle, you got the support. I think they got the BDK too.
They did.
Literally no negative here. You get the first blood, the BDK, 2 additional kills. Just beautiful play.
Does not feel good to be down so far already so quick. Definitely a bit of a kick in the butt in terms of that intensity. We saw a really slow start here game 1, but at least win lane lose game had some manners of response. Penguins Bishops, though, in this case, just taking everything they can early. Is that the dynamic that we expect? Given that we have an MLF jungle, can we not expect any answer from our friends on order until minute 15?
Well, that's kind of what I was mentioning earlier when I went over her negatives, right? Like your clear is not quite as good, so your map rotation speed isn't going to be as effective as an assassin. And on top of that, you don't have an engage ability. So you can't get in and out like Kama can. You kind of just have to function as another artillery mage. So at the end of the day, yeah. It's kind of coming down to this MLF jungle. She's just not going to be able to do as much in the early phase as Camazotz is. And that's okay. That just means that you've got to kind of turtle, stem the bleeding, and make sure that you get to that 15-20 minute mark so you can group up in these 5v5 fights and use her for what she's good at.
That's just unfortunate, especially given the fact that there's so many safety tools. MLF trying to get aggressive here. On top of this, Jormungandr is going to succeed, actually. Mortal Colossus takes down the rear Colossi, but Pony instantly going to ride their way back to the fountain, courtesy of Reaper. A nice dueling Dragons finds the mark. Odin goes in aggressive, does find the Gunger's Might, brings him down to half, but unfortunately, Room Obstacles can't quite remove that health bar that still remains. There's a nice Taiko Drums, a good Jukes, and a good Shell. Keep them alive. Yu Huang stays standing. It's going to be a nice 1-for-1.
Oh boy, I saw Yu Huang running back in there, and I was like, madman! Really close there. Expo ult's out. Well, he might have thought that they were still trying to get Ganesh over here, but that's not quite gonna happen with just Kumba. 4-1. Ponies went down twice now on this MLF. You did get a kill onto the Jormungandr for the last one. And that's solid. Some return is definitely better than no return at all. He's got this Doom Orb online, so you've got a little bit of power, you've got some pin, you've got some movement speed. That's going to help with the camp rotations and clear. He's working on it.
Give him time.
Level
Give
9,
him time.
Level 9 versus level 11, and you just can't quite get around the map as fast. But this is what we were talking about earlier. We're just trying to stem bleeding here. That's really all this is. We want this to go to 15, 20, 25 minutes. We want the big fights because we have all of these mages and the Dharmic Pillars, the Hachi. We've got the tools to win big fights. We don't really have the tools to win all of these lanes.
It's a scary thing to ask for Penguins Bishops to politely wait till the late game, especially given how quickly they were willing to take that other game before. Even with 5 members still contesting, they went aggressive, and they're going aggressive here, taking that BDK, second one to their name. They're making sure to abuse the moments of this game where they know they have the strengths, and even when they know that they don't have the best chance of success, they're still willing to risk it all. We got some gamblers here for Penguins Bishops, and Casino's not getting closed anytime soon, Z.
you have to be willing to take risks. You have to be willing to make those gambles. And the best teams do. Myelinized gets Colossus?
Where are you right
Okay.
now? Oh my god, they rotated solo. Sleeping Giant is wide awake and instead going to shut Mortal Colossus' eyes for him. Makes it 5 kills here. Once again, Myelinized trying to get some blood on their hands. This time, decorating the end of that nice cudgel. 11 minutes now, 5-1. No objectives taken for the claim other than those 2 BDKs. Still gold lead, going about 4,000 their way. So I know we're not in uh-oh territory here, but are we in oh-no territory? Uh-oh. Might be oh-no here for
Oh, no.
Nasimon. He's going to use that ultimate to get a bit more space back, unfortunately. Can't maybe declare your buff. Instead, it's going to be stolen away. Might steal your life, too. Already having used that ultimate could put them in danger. Beezing just to show their aesthetics, just to show they got bling. Might need that right now instead, buddy. Taking off there by one more basic from Brackenized. Added to the rack of kills, they've got Shell expended. We're all just using our relics for funsies, huh? Dueling Dragon's gonna be pushing in. Sifu, who uses their beats too late. Come on, guys! What's going on? And Sifu is going to find out real quick. Crimson takes their kill for claim as well. Just unfortunate work here on the side of win lane lose game as rotating around the map every single time you see a Bishop rotating around, they're taking a pawn off the map.
That's a rotation over from Odin too. I mean, Penguin's Bishops are just kind of cooking right now. And here goes Pony, there goes the ults.
The Cade's
Nothing
gonna
off it,
keep
though.
them in the back for just a bit longer. A good Ohm stops their attack. Could be trouble though for Kumbhakarna, dropping down quickly, throwing it back for a real one as Penguin's Bishops get to see that chubby butt wander its way back to the tower. It's gonna be a nice beacon secured there at Penguin's Bishops. No more blood added to the ledger, but they're just happy for it. Keeping win lane lose game confined to their structures, and they'll be coming back for those later.
He'll definitely be back for those later. They've got some damage on him with this beacon now. You know, speaking of aggressive calls, I kind of want to see Penguin's Bishops just try and take this Gold Fury. The fights are going in your favor. You've got a lead. And we talked about earlier, if you're win lane lose game here, you're kind of wanting to see this 25-30 minute mark. So if I'm Penguin's Bishops, I am taking everything that is not nailed down. You get everything you possibly can right now, and you look to put this game down as quick as possible.
I think they're making good on that, Z. Third BDK, taken off once again by Penguin's Bishops. Have not started looking through this Fury yet, and that might just be because they're not doing too shabby in the duo. About a 1.5 level deficit, only died once. It's the advantages showing really in the mid lane at this point as well as the jungle. So maybe we'll start to see those rotations soon. It's not going to be the case quite yet. In fact, it's win lane lose game. Making a show of force. 4-man strong. They're not looking for a Gold Fury though. They just want to make sure to secure that purple. Can't quite blame them because last time that thing cropped up, 3 deaths on their side quickly followed.
Hey, look, I've been in those situations where you're a carry that doesn't get their purple buff for 22 minutes. Sometimes, if for nothing other than that carry's morale, you got to get that man that buff.
Trying to get Kumbhakarna right now, but look how tanky he is. That dude's got blubber, and it's going to take a while to chew through it. 2 ultimates expended off the back end of it. Here comes a nice kill, potentially looking for Camazot's Bud. That tower, awfully thick, awfully hard to work through. The lunge buys them a bit of time. Bat out of hell forces them to land in an unsafe location. Here comes the rotation. Whoa! Crimson from way downtown. Bang! Finds the kill there onto Odin. Nice skill shot, but Pony gonna answer it right back. Riding in gloriously into combat to take down the Kama. Now Yorm forced into their ultimate for safety, and here's what you asked for. A bit less risky though than you might have expected, because Penguin's just gonna take it while they're rotating.
No, great call. Somebody made the call out that, you know, half the team is in the solo lane. Y'all take that gold. They got it. Good.
And 2 ultimates gonna follow, but a bit too late. Honestly, win lane lose game. I was scared there for a second because they almost nabbed that one away. That Ganesh ult though just a bit too late, and that Raijin ult just not coming at the right time. Means that Penguin's Bishops continue to expand their lead. Win lane lose game. While you're waiting for these minute marks to just stack up to the higher numbers so we can actually start to get online, what else can they do to be proactive? You can't just twiddle your thumbs in the meantime. What steps can they do to make sure that their farm that's on their side of the map is firmly going in their pockets?
Well, the one thing they can do is something that we have seen them do at this point, that rotation that everybody made over to the purple buff. That's what you have to do. And part of it sucks when you're looking for experience and gold, because then that buff gets split between 3 to 4 people. But it's more the point that you get the buff and the XP. When you're being invaded, you have to do something to discourage invasion, and stacking 3 or 4 people on the buff is usually the only way to do that for sure. Now, these objectives that have been coming up, that's another thing you can look to do. You can try and look for the steal, but with the Yu Wong, you don't have the greatest steal on Earth. You know, it's a chance at best, but it's still there. You can throw it over the wall. You can try and steal some of these objectives. Really, you just got to make sure that you're getting your own farm and trying to level up as much as you can. Morgan's still 2 levels down on Kama. Honestly, the biggest deficit I see is this X-Ball's got a 3 level. Oh, what happened?
Deficit in health bar, too. What happened to you, Sifu? Taken out there. Reap and I's going to follow it up. Both mids are out of it. Kamazot's silenced. Has to go back to safety to evade the Sigil Sword. Takes to the skies to do just that. There's a rotation as well from the solo. Nice devouring leap to evade that Gungear's Might. Means that they can stay safe for now. It's a 1-for-1 trade here. Honestly, win lane, lose game are happy with that.
Solid trade. Mid for mid. X-Ball did make an appearance over Odinal's down, but I'm not sure. They're going after Kumba.
They're going in very hot and heavy, and that's not going to quite work out for them. A lot of ult economy expended here, and unfortunately the stocks are down. This might be your life bar in a second there, Odin. Sticking around for a bit too long. This is no longer the solo lane. We got friends. Shooters are with me. Beacon. Gonna go down there to Penguins Bishops. They also took that Pyromancer that we saw earlier. Nice bomb nestled in the pocket there at the Kamazot. So this objective domination just continuing in favor of Chaos at the time in the game where we expect it. The question is, will there ever be a moment where they pass the torch, where win lane, lose game actually have a chance? Shutting off the lights and now shutting the lights off behind Sifu's eyes. A bit more damage from Bracken Eyes finishes the job. Ganesh having to turn their tail and run because all obstacles are in front of them. Gonna be some damage dropping out of the MLF as well. Reap and Eyes gets taken away, at least by the Odin. A good rotation from Mortal. Gonna be the Mortal end of that Yu Huang. It's a 2-for-1 trade, this time in favor of Penguins Bishops. They might look for more.
They might. Hachi is up on the left side of Bishop's
I need
map,
farm, damn it.
Hey, look, it does not hurt you to poke around and check. You got an extra purple buff out of it. X-Ball was on his way to find that purple buff, it would appear. But you got to level 18. You're no longer at a 3-level deficit. Nothing too significant happened in the interim. I'm not really sure that they win that fight even with Hachi there. Not the biggest deal on Earth. They're starting to get to that point. Raijin has 3 items online. He's got some percentage pen. Pony's working on his 4th item. Hachi's working on that level 20. They're getting there. But the question becomes is, like, we've seen that Penguins Bishops are absolutely willing to end a game. They have no problem making that call, and they do it well. So with Pyro coming up, Gold Fury's up. If I'm Penguins Bishops here, I'm looking to get the rest of these objectives, get another item or so, and maybe we start to look to pull this fire.
Ooh, gonna pull away the life of the Yu Huang, forces Celestial Sabbatical. Consuming power gonna be used in response. Darkest of Nights as well, just shutting off the power real quick. It's bad Landlord, but it's a good play. Nice teleport there from Jormungandr. Drops them in the back lines. That's a sneaky serpent there. Snakes in the grass. Someone's got to mow the lawn. Might be mowing the health bar of Sifu in a second, but going to be backed off by that Raiju. A lunge and a Thunder Crash. You're going aggressive, Sifu. It could be your end. Could be that near the snake. That Jormungandr, though, going to enter that ultimate, the World Serpent, for a bit more repositioning. Try to get back to safety. the members are trying to chase, but it's a bit too far distance. A nice little loogie gonna be spat at him as look for the Pyromancer as well. It's dropped down low. It's dropped for the Bishops. The cage as well might give yourself a target. Kumba, though, will not go down. It's Reaper instead taken away by the rotating Hachiman. When we lose game, now still going aggressive. Thunder crashing in on top of this. Hachiman, on top of this X-Ball. It's gonna be Sifu taking that kill away. That's going to be a nice silence there on top as well of Miranize. They're not going to go down quite just yet. A lunge could finish the job, and here comes the Sneaky Serpent once again. Mortal Colossus will fall for their troubles. Now Camazotz wants a bit of blood to wet their fangs. It's an Aegis in response, but it might not be enough. They turn back, but they're body blocked by the rest of the team. They will fall, but Ponyland takes the kill in return. Ionize with a triple kill, a quadra kill onto Ponyland, and that's going to force the Raijin to retreat. No chance of fighting this one. And Melanize says, what's the matter? Don't want to play anymore? I thought you were having fun. Not any longer. Please leave me be. Y'all are crazy.
They want that Penta, and I don't think they're going to get it. Nope, okay. Oh
my God. That is nutty.
He didn't even go over there to finish it. That's just disrespectful.
I mean, I think he was too worried about getting the clip on him. Maybe that was the strategy. Kumakarna's like, hey, don't you want this tantalizing kill real quick? Just come on over here. Water's warm, I promise. Ionize, though, ends up being denied that real clip. Nice work, though, on their parts. Penguins Bishop started off that fight on the back end. What happened that turned it all on its head?
Well, we saw what these two mages can do together in tandem. There is a lot of damage potential coming out of win lane lose game. We didn't have a lot of it in that early game, but as we're starting to hit that 3-4 item mark, those two mages have the potential to blow you to pieces if they are allowed to do so. And they got a lot of damage off in the beginning of that fight. It started going badly. And yeah, the fight went on long enough that Aonized was allowed to go all the way back to the fountain, come back and collect a quadra kill.
Yep.
Jormungandr things. It is what it is. But that was a teaser trailer for what the win lane lose game draft can do at full potential. If they play this right, they're still behind. They're not that badly behind in terms of experience at this point, but they are a decent bit behind in the gold department. There's options here. They're just gonna have to make it a little bit longer.
Well, let's look at some time. So let's try to start running in place real quick. Get in your steps. Always important as gamers to make sure you find your opportunities to touch grass. Get some cardio in. 23 minutes, 7 to 15. Mortal Colossus is just really getting up in the face of this Scorpion. What's up? You want some of this? Huh? Who do you know here? Huh? It seems that the Scorpion not really concerned with that. Whose spear is longer? Trying to measure. Z, whose spear is longer?
I'm sorry. You got me with that one.
No. I'm asking you a question. I'm genuinely curious. Production, back to the spears. Hold on. Production. Test. Let's test it out here, okay? Hold on. Spear measuring contest here between these two. I don't know. Like, just like the way the Scorpion's even carrying the spear. Some people say it's not about, the length of the spear. It's how you use it. And I gotta say, the finesse with which he's.
This answer's easy.
Yeah.
He's the Allfather. You can't question his virility. His spear's obviously longer.
It's a valid point, actually. Okay, fair enough. But the Scorpion, I will say, he's got them big meaty claws, and that's got to count for something, surely.
I mean, Odin's only got one eye.
I guess eye patches do end up actually balancing that out. It's a valid point. Yeah, dude's a pirate. Obviously, has a longer spear, so Odin wins this round at the very least. And win lane lose game, trying to win this round too. They're down quite a decent margin of gold, 5,000 to their name on the side of Penguins Bishops, but it's stagnated a little bit. You can see there by the charts. We've remained in place. We're jogging in place quite literally for some time. Win lane lose game though. What's their pivotal moment? Is it an objective fight where they're their strongest? Is it just lane engagements underneath a Phoenix? Where do we expect them to have their moment of glory where they can start to turn this game around?
Well, I think part of that's going to have to come. I don't think the objective would be a bad place to do it. In all honesty, D'Lo, an objective would be a great place to do it because you've got this Morgan Le Fay, you've got this Raijin, you've got all of these abilities that you can lob at range. An objective is as good a place as any to try and do it. Um, there's also the option to kind of look for picks. Uh, Penguins Bishops have been just kind of running around doing as they please. And that can lead to the overconfidence, the running around where you probably shouldn't have been. There's all sorts of possibilities there, but I definitely like their chances around these objectives. I like Morgan Le Fay and Raijin over Yu Wong on the secure department all day.
They do also have the most damaging ability in the game, Z10. Those pillars. Going to be important, as well as a potential element we could see in the steal situation. Just hasn't had a chance to prove itself yet, even when there is contestation. Just Lady Luck's not been on their side. So hopefully going to be a moment for them to shine, because I wanted to. And I'm going to hark back to a fight we saw before, the one around that purple buff where you just saw all the Penguins just rotating around, sliding diagonally through the map like the Bishops they are, and taking every single piece they encountered. And part of that is relic usage. When you're a mage, it's even more important that these defensive relics are used carefully. Beads too late. Beads at the wrong time in general when there's no CC. You have shells pop too early. You got to make sure that you're keeping these things in pocket for the right time, especially when your team's relying on you to stay alive.
That's absolutely a fair point, and relic usage can be so important, especially when those relics are being called out. And games at the higher level, you if you pop a relic in front of someone on the opposing team, you can almost guarantee that that person calmed to their team. Aegis is down on this guy. Shell's down on this guy.
Mhm.
They're gonna know. They're gonna know. They're gonna take advantage of it. And with this double mage comp, with the team composition that win lane lose game have going on here, that's gonna be a big deal.
Yeah. So just keep in mind, the comms have been so freaking on point from Penguins so far. So you can't imagine that it's going to stop anytime soon. That, like you said, if I see a beach drop, I'm instantly saying, hey, 108 seconds, we got to mollywop this sucker. Get him. So you just got to hope that once we see these fights tighten up, the technical finesse tightens up as well. And there's plenty of chances for that. We've seen some good targeting. We've seen a lot of great job just trying to knock down Ionize into that ultimate. Unfortunately, hasn't been enough damage put online yet to really punish them. Ionize is pretty smart, recognize that wind-up time, and is not getting yoinked quite often enough. But is that the focus fire? Because they're so frustrating. Ionize has been a very large thorn in their side, but that's the thing. They're very large. Is the largest god on the team of Penguins always going to be the best target, or should we focus our attentions elsewhere?
Well, Yorm is one of those gods where, like, if you proc that passive, you get a lot of extra damage on him. He's a god that you can very much look to blow up, but you've got to be able to do it before he gets into that ult. So, is he the optimal target? No. Is he a good target? Sure. If we're looking to pick out a target, usually you're gonna want to make it that mid laner or a carry, somebody that has that AoE potential. Although, you know what? Given that Jormungandr just got a quadra kill, yeah, maybe you look to kill him.
It's a scary snake. There's a reason that Garrett is still looking for that 20-foot Burmese python, the Everglades. Hey, to be fair, I'm in Florida right now. I can go find it myself. But if you go outside and you see a world serpent, you could be in trouble. Best be careful, especially if the lights turn off right afterwards. This X Ball ult, I will say, has not always been used the most ideally. You mentioned this at the desk. The fact that you gotta actually you mentioned it during the game too. The fact that you have to get a bit more coordination on terms of that because it does take a bit for it to activate. Sometimes we're seeing it happen a bit too late after the fight's already dissolved. Hopefully that's an element that will resolve itself once these fights tighten up and you just get to see the results in front of you. Hey, I recognize right now that they're low health. I can see it with my own two Jaguar eyes. Maybe that's where we see just all the puzzle pieces click together for both teams.
It's a very real possibility, and what I'm waiting to see here is going to be these next like objective pulls. We've
Yes.
got Fire Giant up. It hasn't really been messed with yet. There have been some tussles in the area of it, but no honest to God full commit pulls yet. And that's kind of where I'm going to be waiting to see which side the ball kind of rolls to. Uh, if your Penguins Bishops there with the double mage comp coming out of the other side, I almost feel like you want to fight. You
Yeah.
don't necessarily want to make that full commit pull. You kind of want to fight. You want to get a couple of picks. And make sure that win lane lose game do not feel confident stepping up to try and fight for that fire giant, because the longer the game goes with the double mage comp, the better chance one of those abilities is going to steal it from you or kill someone, whatever the case may be. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong there.
I gotta agree with you. I think we don't go for the actual objective, we go for kills. And I think there's a great answer in terms of who we should kill. One ultimate from this mage gives you speed, the other one makes you a sitting duck. That's Raijin. In those taiko drums, a big, fat, wide target for anyone to dump their damage on top of. You really can't go anywhere with it except for the fountain unless you're in a safe position. So if they look to really try to punish that, I think there's going to be some good things awaiting for our friends on Penguins. Of course, the question then is, what do we do to respond to that? You have Odin Cage. I think we've been seeing that used pretty effectively so far by Mortal Colossus. He's got to really make sure that you're ready to use that Ganesh peel as well to keep them safe. Because if you're trying to keep those big rig ultimates, that Taiko drums, that consuming power, ready for that final secure, you can't have either your mages dying before we start to rip.
No, and that's never an optimal thing, and then that's kind of why I said I think for Penguins Bishops, you really look for a fight. You don't have a huge lead, but you have enough of a lead to warrant picking a fight. And I would very much like to see them do that around this FG. Um, this FG could make a huge difference for whatever team gets it. Because if either of these teams get the opportunity to go and just clean out towers, right now, I don't remember exactly what the screen was at, but I think it was something to the tune of about 5K, maybe 6K
Mhm.
up in favor of, Penguins Bishops. And if Penguins Bishops get this fire and manage to clean out towers, that's going to turn into a 9, 10, 11K lead.
Yeah, that's the thing about this. At an early fire, there's still plenty of global gold left on the map, so you're not just getting the advantage from that, it's also from what you collect from those structures. Z10, I want to take a dive into a different direction. The mental game here. You've done it 3 times, it sounds like. You've been on the end where you say, after this game, I'm done. What do you think's going through Sifu and their team's mind in this moment when you were back then in the good old days of SDL, resting on your laurels, thinking back about your competitive career before you hung up the jersey? Is there a certain energy that comes with that final hurrah?
Um, Honestly, for me, it was calming. There was a lot of calm during the game that I hadn't really had before. Usually you would get some kind of anticipation, get worked up, but when you know it's the final one either way, you're just kind of there, you're playing your game, and for me it was very much a scenario of getting into that it is what it is mentality. If we lose, we lose.
How do you think the rest of Sifu's team feels around someone like that? Sifu's been a staple of the Smite amateur community for quite some time. Does that invigorate, you think, everyone else to play to greater heights, knowing that this is the last time we'll see this player grace our screens?
I mean, it's possible. And Sifu's not me. There is every bit of possibility that his mentality going into this is like, it's the last one. We've got to win it. We got to do it. I gotta put on a show. I got to do my best. Um, there's a lot that goes into the mentals of these players, especially when you're in semifinals, finals, towards the end of these playoff brackets. It's high stress. It's high octane. It's a lot of fun, and you know that like one way or the other, somebody's leaving a loser.
And then on the other side, you have Ionize, and you got to imagine that being Penguins bishops, named after the man's first gamer tag, Penguins and then King Bishop. There's a lot of pressure there too. You want to make sure you do your friend proud. You want to make sure that you honor the legacy of someone who contributed so much to the community. It really goes to show that there's just more at stake here than just a silly game of Smite. There's genuinely some real life stakes brought to this, which I think makes this finals all the more important. And I hope that the viewers at home can also feel that there's a bit more tense energy to it, and that just might be what's bringing out some of these crazier picks. It's the fact that we're all feeling it. It's not just the Florida humid air getting to me, the fact that I'm stuck in this closet. I'm not just feeling it.
It
I'm not
might be
just
that too.
hallucinating. It might also be that too. I might be just hallucinating from my grandma's closet here, but I also do think that there's genuinely a different shift in terms of the mentals behind this. I think that we've got a bit more going into the tank. And I just want to see it proudly reflected. I'm hoping to see something competitive. I'm hoping to see some back and forth. And we're starting to reach the minutes where we're capable of actually witnessing that play out on the field. So hopefully once this spear measuring contest is over, it seems like Odin's really trying to get the judges to review the rulebook. Maybe the Scorpion actually got declared the winner, not quite sure, and he's just trying to see if that was a technicality. He says, "Judge, ref, someone check this out." That's not right, but we're going to be back hopefully with it soon. But when we do get back, I want us to actually make sure that we're executing on the vision. If you pick something so unconventional here for win lane lose game, you can't let it go out with a sputter. You need to make sure there's some sparks to the fire.
Absolutely. I think, and honestly, looking at the last couple of fights, looking at what's been going on, this MLF jungle has not been played badly. It's doing what it needs to in the fights. We knew from the beginning that it was not going to have a fantastic, early jungle performance. That's just not what the character's kitted for. But now that we're moving towards this later phase, looking towards this next fire giant fight, there's every bit of opportunity for Pony to show us why he picked this. Oh,
Just hope that
excuse me.
you're good.
Oh,
Pony's got some tricks up their sleeve. Not a one trick pony by any means. It's just a bit of an interesting case of what do we see as far as the PEMDAS, the order of operations. I always ask when there's an Odin cage, but in this case, there's also more alongside it that makes it interesting. The fact that you have these two player made obstacles, huge ultimates. You also have two big mage ultimates that span large durations of time. Do you want to see the CC come first from the Taiko drums, then the consuming power, then the cage? What's the order that we should be looking at here for an ideal team fight on the side of our friends for WLLG?
I think that depends on where the fight's going to happen on the map. So around the objectives, obviously, I think you want Odin to get in first. You want to get that cage down. You want to burn a shell. You want to burn some movement. You want to burn some ults. I definitely think you save the Raijin and the MLF kits for the after. I don't think you lead with them like you might from a traditional jungle. I think you get Odin in there. You get the MLF, the Raijin to follow up with it, and then obviously you have Hachi as well, casting out of that back. You've got the Ganesh pillars. There's a lot there you can use in a team fight around the objectives. And we haven't really been seeing too many fights coming out in the lanes.
That's a big point. We've seen a lot of this kind of breakout through the jungle through those rotations within the chaos that we saw following that one purple buff invade. I'm curious to see if things start to get a bit more regimented. The one real kill I can think of that just kind of spanned a normal gank was that one we saw from the MLF taking down our friend the Jormungandr. So I'm curious to see if we actually do see a return to form here. I mean, it's been a typical game just from the moment the compositions were locked in, and I guess there's no reason for the actual game itself to reflect any differently. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing things return to normal or if it's just going to continue to be a wacky, loopy kind of set here from this point onward. I personally like the rip, roar, and pace that Penguins Bishops have established. They say, we want this game and set done quick. We want to go home. We want to take this one for our mantle, make Sifu retire in shame. Just get this man out of here as soon as possible. Dude's toxic. But I'm not sure if our friends on the side of win lose game are going to allow it. I think that we're seeing a bit more bite back from them this time around in comparison to game two, where I feel like they were a bit more comfortable on Penguins Bishops. Now we have some reasons to be a bit more afraid.
Well, and that kind of comes back to this double mage thing, where it's like that kind of burst damage that you have the capability of, you can absolutely turn a fight. All it takes is that MLF one to clip somebody, get a little bit of CC. You got two mages firing off. There's every opportunity to just erase someone from Penguins Bishops out of a fight. And so that's why I generally, when a team's been down the whole game, you'll very much hear me on more of the doom side of things. But with this particular comp that they've got going, these double mage comps, the high burst, there's a lot of opportunities to just kind of blow the game in the other direction at the drop of a hat. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to do that, and if they are, it's going to have to be quick.
That's been what their MO's been so far, at the very least, on the side of Penguins. They like to play this thing hot and fast. They want to keep pedal to the metal. Whereas on the side here, in both games of win lose game. It's funny, they say win lose game, but it's really quite the opposite. They want to lose the lane and then take the rest of the game. They're going by the opposite of their MO. So hopefully going to make good on, I guess, what the opposite of their name promises in this case. But Z10, I think we've talked through this game back and forth. So as I start to go loopy here inside this Florida closet, I gotta ask you, man, Florida weather, yay or nay?
I recently got to go down and view some of the Florida weather, and I'm gonna have to go with a nay.
I gotta agree with you. Malum, your thoughts?
I went to high school in Florida. Not big on the weather there, I gotta say.
It sucks, right?
Yeah. I had like a mile home walk from high school until I started driving, and it always rained. Always. No fun.
Of course it did.
I know.
I just can't stand it here, man. My grandparents, like the typical ones that are like, "Oh, D, it's so warm. You'll love it down here." I absolutely
Is that how they
loathe it.
sound?
Yes, actually, I give a very good imitation of my grandmother.
Yeah.
No, genuinely, I always use it on her. I'm like, "Hey, grandma." It's pretty accurate, I gotta say. Whenever people say like Marty, like my grandparents are like it's like the stereotypical like Jewish sitcom grandparents. It's Marty and Esta. So every time people say Marty for like the Martickers, I'm like, Papa, is that you? But yeah, it's lovely.
I feel like Zapman on that cast with Bard and DM from the old school days, where he's just standing there and he has his fingers clasped the whole time, and like once in a while he'll drop a bomb. I feel like that's me, and I think my bomb is just that, like, there was one hurricane I had in high school, and they made us go, and I never will get over it. I remember it to this day because you know what happened to me? Of all the tragedies that could have happened during that
Mhm.
hurricane where they made us go to school the day, like, I think they misread it. We basically went a day earlier. We should have not. Yada yada yada. I lost a chicken sandwich. My tray blew away in the middle of lunch.
It sucks.
I was so mad.
Was this pre-Obama like changing the school lunches too? So like, was it actually a good chicken sandwich?
It was a good chicken sandwich, but it was post lunches changed because
That does not exist. You were lying to me.
my school had Chick-fil-A partnerships.
What? Florida, of frickin' course. God's country. No one's
God's
surprised.
country. Yes,
That is
exactly.
ridiculous. I will say, now that I'm back, moved to the U.S., I am looking forward to eating some Chick-fil-A.
Crazy.
Well, if you're anywhere near, the South, there are plenty of them. I assure you.
There's a CC's Pizza down
had
here,
a-
like 2 minutes
Are you
away.
guys
The
Bojangles
best.
guys? I'm a Bojangles guy.
I've never had a Bojangles.
I was a Popeyes guy until I tried
you
a
aren't.
place over here in Atlanta, Pollos Camperos. It is Latin fried chicken, and
That sounds
it
good.
is the best thing I've ever had in my life.
I would read that name and trust it.
My first thought was
I would
like
trust you for
maybe they're
meth,
cooking
maybe.
meth out of the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Because
trust this
like
for an
pollo,
episode of
pollos
Breaking Bad.
camperos, yeah, little close to los pollos hermanos, but their chicken's great. So like what they do in the back, not my deal. Do you, boo? Just keep bringing the chicken.
Okay, that's one way to think about it, I suppose. I personally have never. No, I've tried Popeyes. What's funny, in Argentina, alongside like McDonald's and Burger King, which, well, I say, just real quick, Burger King in Latin America is actually, guys, if you think Burger King's trash down here, it is quite genuinely the king of all burgers in South America. So everything gets flipped on its head down there in the deep South. But I remember KFC, you find them everywhere, which is really interesting just because, I don't know, I think KFC just always feels bad here in America, but down there, man, you eat like a king.
Uh, fair enough. I, like I don't know. I don't go to a massive amount of restaurants. I've got an unhealthy obsession with Zaxby's.
What is that?
Um oh.
Oh,
Guys?
Oh.
Guys?
it's. I, I'm trying. I'm
Well-
trying to think of how to explain it.
Well,
Because it's got a unique spot. It has a niche carve out of chicken fast food restaurants.
if you end up, making the journey to Atlanta, I know where we're going for lunch now.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Well, while we all work out our lunch plans in the near and far future, we're going to take a little quick break because we unfortunately have some spectator issues. So when we're back, it'll be me and Z. Unfortunately, Malum probably won't be with us, but Malum, thanks for stopping by for the little fast food quick discussion. We'll be right back with more Vanaheim finals. So don't you guys go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Animosity Smite League Vanaheim Division Finals. I'm D'Lo, joined here by Z-Tan for the Tank Top Duo. We got special guest Malum, just floating around there. You don't see him, but he's there, trust me. We got Tess Almighty Eye in the sky, and you watching at home for this rousing Game 4. That's right, Game 4. There's no proof ever of the Penguins losing, but it does seem that there was 2 games, one in favor of win lane, lose game, which does, if we're going by technicalities, maybe Penguin just robbed the tapes, making sure that no one could ever see that Titan on their side actually go down. It does put them, though, on set point. Sifu looking to retire with a gold medal. Z, how we feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling, almost like I've jumped into the future here. We've got the Raijin ban. Didn't get to see the last 2 games, but I'm going to chalk that one up to a trauma ban.
Yep.
We've got the Ama, the Cthulhu, the Nuas, same kind of stuff we were seeing through the first 2 games. Odin. So apparently that went very well.
Interesting to see here in the terms of, the things and the factors that we didn't get to quite watch play out due to those unfortunate spectator bugs are now reflecting here very much in front of our eyes in these Bs. Kepri still being banned, a lot of respect still being shown on that pick here from the Penguins. Makes sense, and as it should, keeping that back line safe. So it's going to be the same question of how do we get to that back line then? That Odin's no longer easy initiation. There's no answer for it because Opwash is back. He's here to wreck your lobby and Z-Tan's day.
What has happened in Smite 1?
All right. All
no!
right. Fine.
Come on, guys. Are you serious? Bro, this is ridiculous.
They said if we're hurting Z Tantalus, we're hurting D'Lo. Lock in that Hachi. Come on, baby, do it.
You can't have anything in Detroit, bro. I swear to God, or anything in Florida. The weather's bad. The God picks are bad. Everything's just terrible. The school lunches, I guess, are fire if you ask Malum, but I don't know. It feels like everything that I'm tasting right now is gruel. This is an unfortunate fate we are turning to. They're really luring it out. They're just stabbing it slowly. It's just a slow burn here of the Hachiman. Just pour some salt in the wound, why don't you? Okay, Hachiman's probably getting locked in. What do you want to see alongside it, Z?
Well, you've got a lot of good options at support. You've still got the Ganesh available, Sobek's on the board. I believe we saw a Xing Tian in one of the earlier games. Don't hate to see that. There's honestly not a massive amount of the supports that I would hate to see in parents with Hachiman. I think the question I'm really asking myself is, why does Opwash exist? What do we want to see with the Opwash? And that's really what I'm looking towards here. The support, whatever you want to put with this Hachi, fine. But if we're gonna get the same performance that we got out of Opwash this first game, he's going to need tools around him, and damned if they are letting you have that Kepri again.
It's a big enabler.
It is. So you no longer have this safety net of the Kepri. Now, not really any gods that do the same thing Kepri does, but again, there's still a long list of supports you can pair with this. You could look for a solo laner that's capable of doing a little bit of healing. You're just going to have to find a way. What in the Aztec just got locked in here?
Dear God, this is a sleeper composition right here. I am already asleep. Kumbhakarna must be hitting me with his mez because I'm about to go to Snoozeville. Kakulin at least ramps up the tempo a little bit. Some nice lane bullying. Please put this Nike in her place.
Nike is, to use the technical term, Nike.
Yep.
She's going to have great lane pressure.
Ooh.
She's got decent CC. We've got Athena, who is going to be very capable of playing that dual role. She can play the engage, which is what you typically want to see from her with that taunt, but she's also got the option to hit that Opwash with the ult. get him out of hairy situations, peel people off of him, keep him alive. And that's exactly what they're looking to do if they want to repeat performance of game 1.
Scylla banned away. I'm sure you're sad about that one. On her. Going to be
Pony
taken off
is
as
a
well.
known Scylla degenerate, D'Lo.
Ah, so joining you in that fan club there, but
Yes.
we're not fans of the On Her or the Circuit. We're really trying to take away the tools that enabled Game 1. We're trying to see a repeat of it in terms of the tools that we have here with the Opwash. Not Kakulin, though. That was actually taken up by Win Lane Lose game side prior. So interesting to see the fact that Shock does not join him. Maybe just trying to make it a bit less of a case here for anti-heal. Ganesh is going to be the lock-in here for that support once again. It saw success in Game 2, even if we didn't get to see the end result. We know it resulted in a victory. Maybe it'll happen again.
It's a solid lock-in. It's like we talked about the first time it got locked in this set. It checks every box. There's nothing Ganesh does badly. Great pick no matter what you're playing into. Very solid all around. And I like it being paired with this Nike. You've got a lot of team fight ability. You've got the Nike ult. You've got the Dharmic pillars. That is a lot of slow. That is prot shred. That is a lot of spacing you can create. That's a very solid front line for the side of Win Lane Lose game. And over on the other side, not to say that the front line of Kakola and Athena is a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. But I do like this draft so far. They decided to ban the On Her. Now that leaves Charybdis open. That leaves you could look for the Rama here. There's a lot of the hunters still up. There's Shablanque.
Lena.
Cleo is a god that I haven't seen in a while.
It looks like Brackeneyes did play Charybdis in Game 3 as well.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
So makes sense to maybe see it be picked up here again in that case. It leaves open that option. I really like the Ganesh pick, going back to that in terms of what it does against an Athena. You dash up, it's very telegraphed, very obvious instantly. Boom, silence. Go to sleep. Kakulin. Oh my god!
Scripted.
Z10?
Well, aside from being an absolute monster in the
Give me your
early
pick
game, aside from his just monstrousness in the early game,
He is very
and
good in the early
dominance,
game.
utter dominance, as D'Lo once told me.
Only facts.
Honestly, I do not hate this pick. I love Cupid. We all know it. I'm not going to pretend I'm not biased. But what you are going into here, Nike relies a lot on that leap for engage. Ganesh, fairly leap reliant, or dash, excuse me. Hachi does the same thing. He does have the CC immunity on the ult, but that Fields of Love gives you the capability to plop it down into the middle of this team, and you are pulling relics or ults on quite a few characters for free. Or one of them's dying. It's a very solid combination. The only thing that I really worry about is his lack of CC immunity with any of it. But it's Cupid. Like, what's the worst that can go wrong?
You get a Morgan and you instead just use it against them. That could be it. Any now bullet you load into your chamber could be fired right back at you. Interesting to see this pick slotted alongside, because once again, Z10, it means double mage. One of these suckers is going into the jungle.
It's Morrigan.
It's Morgan.
It's definitely Morrigan. I am 100% confident on my call.
Sure.
And if it turns out to be Ganesh, maybe I'll just retire from this too. I don't know.
Oh, not another retiring snipe post.
I've seen a lot today, actually.
Quota for 24 hours. You'd have to at least wait 48 before your retirement.
Yeah, Ming Stink is what was it? Mink, right? Or no, Pingu. Pingu just put up there.
I stopped keeping track after the first one, so
I got a list right here. Don't worry. Hold on. It's this one. Yep. Yeah, we got a while before the next one comes up. So Z10, unfortunately, gonna have to wait your turn, buddy. But guys,
Fair enough.
comps are locked in here. 5-4-5, and it's game 4. We're on our last legs here for the Penguins Bishops. Zitan, Malum. 3 words or less. Who wins? Why?
Penguins bracking Cupid.
Morgan, go Burr.
Morgan, go Burr, and Cupid on Bracken. Let's find out how it all shakes up. Game 4 coming at you right now. Oh, okay, we're back.
I got caught.
Penguins Bishops. Win lane, lose. Z-Tag is hitting the juice. Hopefully Penguins Bishops got something in the sauce as well. Oh my god. We're here in Vanaheim Finals. Animosity Smite. I'm D-Lo. Joined here by Z-Tantalus. Joined here by Anthony Malum. We're sponsored by Jewel. Tess Almighty Eye in the Sky. Guys, early game dynamics, Z-Tan, what should we be looking for?
Excuse me, I had choked on the vape in the first place, and then...
Oh
Ugh.
my god.
All right, we're good. I'm drying the tears, we're all right. So, we've got the Morgan in the jungle. I don't have to retire tomorrow.
Sick.
Morgan's in the jungle. Now, Morgan's camp clear is pretty solid. Not quite the level of Cleodna's, but still good. And Morgan does have that invisibility for the engage. Like, you've got some options there. You've also got the option to turn into something that has the engage you need. Mid lane matchup, we've got the Opwash here again. I'm not going to knock it. I saw what it did. I'll keep my filthy mouth shut this time. Do you, Reap? Do you go nuts? Cupid is... I need Cupid to do well. My self-esteem rides on this match.
Z-Tan, I want you to hit your vape every single time Opwash gets a kill. Let's see how it goes for you.
That's either going to be so boring or so bad. No in between.
That rush is going to go crazy.
My heart rate's 147. I don't know what's going on here.
The stroke is coming back. Everyone watch
It's the
out.
age. Definitely the age.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you saw him leaning back on the desk. If Z-Tan leaned any further back, he'd be the one being emptied from the crypt.
He crashes down. Just one more ghost for Opwash to use against win lane, lose game. Only this one's rocking a sick tank top. That way you can stand it out so you see him very easily. That should be one of the skins.
Dying style, I always say.
That's how you do it. But Penguins Bishops don't want to die. They don't want to go home. They still got games to play. They still have a man to honor. A lot on the line here. We'll have to see how it all plays out. This jungle dynamics. We didn't get to see Game 3 and how it all panned out. But Z-Tan, you made a very good point that we did not see a lot of typical jungle ganks. With a Morrigan, does that change? Do you want to be still ganking with the prototypical means in the lanes?
Well, Morrigan gives you a mage, but Morrigan plays more like an assassin than a lot of assassins do.
True.
To be perfectly fair about it. You have the option for that invis, and like I said earlier, you have the option to turn into whoever you want for whatever engage you want. So the Morrigan gives you options. Leo's sniffing around over here. Yuong's on the way. Better get out of there.
I'm gonna be able to stay safe for now. BDK has been a site where Penguins Bishops have made some early aggressions in all the games we've seen so far from them. Some aggressions instead here around this blue buff. Look at that damage, and Crimson can just pop out the other side, say, hello, mind if I take this farm instead? Colin's like, I guess. And that could just put them a bit behind. Ianized before on that World Serpent was doing a lot for their team, but I have a feeling that against a Nike, probably not going to be seeing too many kills fall in this lane. Might be seeing one instead. Fall on top of the duo. Jutsu used aggressively and Brackenized, cut down to size. That shell's going to keep him alive for just a bit longer before Mealized once again wets the tip of their spear with some opponent's blood. Takes that counter kill, but first blood does go on Z-Tan's beloved Cupid. Nice jukes.
Bracking's gonna be fine. Cupid's gonna be fine. I have faith.
That's cope.
It might be. That might have been copium I was huffing out of that vape. And that is perfectly all right. Athena's dropped the ult over onto the right side. Now, this right here is the part that gives me a little bit of a pause towards this, like, win lane draft, is like you're never guaranteed to be fighting a 1v1. When you're playing against an Athena, there is always that potential that your 1v1 or 2v2 turns into being outnumbered and CC'd very quickly. So Penguins Bishops have the capability with this character to out-rotate their opponents at will almost. Every 70 seconds or so, you've got that option to put her wherever you want on the map. And used effectively, this can really turn some fights here. Kirkholin's got a little bit of a lead going on to Nike. Cleo, Morgan, even. Mids are even. Everybody's pretty even. 1-1. This is looking a lot more like that game 1.
Yeah, the pace has been slowed down. Cleo might be here to speed it up just a little bit. Flickering visions, you can't see anything but gray. You're dead. Crimson Eyes takes that kill, makes it 2-1. Puts down the Nike. You know, at the very least, someone's going to be snoozing, even if it's the god who makes the sleep happen. Nice work there. Just keep that pressure on this solo. Enables Ian to start that ball rolling.
Really solid gank. Good rotation and good on them for getting the blue buff after. I feel like we talk about it almost every game or set at some point that you've got to get crap after you kill people, otherwise it's kind of worthless. So good on them to time that gank, when the blue buffs are up, get what they came for, and oh good god, there's 4 of win lane lose game there at the BDK.
Quite a big response here to the call. Nike goes in aggressive, looking for Mylon, but I think his target to pick. Not going to quite work out too well for you. BDK still stands strong, just watching over the chaos. Win lane lose game, dedicate a lot of manpower. Not too much results here. Means that 6 minutes in here, 2-1 still for Penguins Bishops, about 2,000 gold lead as well. Not too shabby. You play this pick-based comp. They've been showing that favor from Penguins Bishops all set long for this global pressure. The difference is, though, Ponyland does have a response. They could decide to rotate as well. We're seeing it right here from Milan. Trying to go in aggressive, looking for the Nike. Here comes exactly that. We can use the same weapon against you. Prompt right back into the pillars. You're going to be dancing on our floor. Melon is going to paint it red with their blood. Pony using their own face against them. Arya starks them. Crimson Eyes, though, pays it back onto Colossus. Ian Eyes wiped away right after. This Pony's going in ham. Double kill there for the second jungle as Crimson Eyes takes the elephant's tusks away from him as well. And Pony having to try to escape into the waiting arms of this Yu Wong could be dangerous, but a great route. Beads away. They want this kill, but which one's the real Morrigan? Dueling Dragons gets 2 targets pushed back. Here comes the real Athena. A good Celestial Sabbatical gets him to safety, but that Bastion won't save you. Taunted back in. Beats forced once again. Opwash nearly dead. Needs a quick snack for just a bit more health. Penguins Bishops not going to be able to grab that mid.
Win lane lose game gave just as good as they got there on the back end of that. That started out really well for Penguins Bishops. Turned really badly when the Athena came in. The Dharmic pillars got dropped down. They were walking all over those Dharmic pillars over there in the solo lane. That was so much damage onto them. Just a great set of rotations, and I mean, it didn't finalize everything until almost 45 seconds later. They were done offing each other one by one. But now we're at 4-3. We're 8 minutes in. We're almost up to a kill a minute. And the game has sped up considerably. Win lane lose game are making sure they get this blue buff over there on the right side. Bull Demon is still alive, and Athena's up by herself.
Z-Tan, you're right. the game has been sped up considerably, and that's just what happens when you have the capability for any 1v1 to instantly become a 2v2 thanks to the ults from Pony and Milanaz respectively. And it's exactly what we mentioned before, the fact that Pony can use this Athena. You can choose to go into the tank if you so please, executed so flawlessly. So brilliant creativity on their part. Not creative here is to gank this Nike again. We've seen that idea play out before. It didn't quite go your way, so maybe try something different. Indeed, they'll oblige. Go for this BDK. It's an idea that's worked before. Penguin Bishops trying to find their second one. That Tear the Veil and the Opwash Secure is awfully potent, and it's going to result in that second BDK without too big of an issue. But here comes the counter. We have an ult too. Once again, Pony adopting the strategies of their opponents to take down Milanized at their own game. And nice work there on the part of the Morgan. Here's some damage from the part of the Opwash. You have no support to back you up. Best be careful.
Yeah, Pony is playing this Morrigan very, very well, which his opposition is playing Cleo very well. They're both
Yes.
jungles are sitting at 3-0 right now, except the Cleo has like a level and a half lead.
That is a good point. That farm has just been enabled a bit better on their part. And that just might be because, to be fair, Pony is switching their role. Sifu is now taking the mid, we must note. The fact that they've been playing off-role for quite some time, and now Sifu may be feeling a bit more comfortable in those long, flowing garments of the Jade Emperor. 4-4 at 10 minutes. 2,000 gold lead here still for Penguins Bishops, but it feels unsteady. It doesn't feel quite as stable as we've seen them before, despite having the objective domination. What do we think that's owed to, Malum? Why do we think win lane lose game have just been kind of slowly creeping up on our friends in blue?
I will say it's interesting that win lane lose game is creeping up because I've been watching Pony land and I was expecting a lot more attention to be put onto the Opwash. You guys made great call outs about the possibility of turning into Athena, but I'm also looking at the possibility that the Morgan could have turned into Kakulin and just consistently dove onto Reaponized in the mid lane. If you can make that Opwash irrelevant, you all of a sudden have handicapped Penguins Bishops pretty significantly. So part of me wants to say that while Penguins Bishops have been playing the map pretty well, a lot of their positive standing right now is off of the sort of missed opportunities from win lane lose game, including in a couple of the fights we've seen, where it's a lot of, hey, we almost killed you, but your Kleena just showed up and almost killed us all. It's a lot of little mistakes like that. I think the key for win lane lose game here might be to clean those things up and to be a little more crisp on their decision making. I mean, right now, you're losing BDK, and for what?
Not for anything at this point. Morgan can't quite do much about it when the Tear the Veil is doubled down upon against that third BDK without too big of an issue. Now Nike, under that pressure from Milanaz, you recognize you are not a solo, right, my friend? It's actually quite a big differential in terms of the levels between those supports, which normally you'd say, phooey, bah humbug, doesn't matter, but when those pillars can do as much damage as they might do, it's something substantial to keep in mind. Some decent damage, bit of poke, forced there on the Ionize by the rotation from this Morgan. And it's like you heard Malum say, Morgan has so many options, a smorgasbord, an absolute just charcuterie board of options here. We're seeing him put up once again, but Ponyland's got no options anymore. Athena's dropped in, says, I'm the best player of my own game. Do not try to use my moves against me ever again. Back to the fountain for you. Sends it back with the quickness. Meanwhile, the beacon for claim here in the mid lane. It's only the 2 for 2. Not all of our teams have been dedicated to it, which is quite rare to see for a first beacon fight. All the pressure that win lane lose game slowly had was reversed by this Kleena. Now it explodes in the form of that Lurching Claw, taking the life of supreme quality. Only Sifu here to actually step up against them. Doesn't seem like they have the stomach for it. Beacon goes down to Penguins Bishops.
They're getting the beacon. Gold Fury is up. Pyromancer is not up yet. 6-4.
Look how bad the vision is, 2Z.
Little bit of gold in favor of Penguins, but nothing crazy. Win lane lose game are pretty easily fighting back still. Not a lot of ward coverage out on the map, really, from anybody. Left and right covered with wards, almost nothing going through the middle. Nothing's around gold. Really, either of these teams with a pick could look to pull this pretty easily.
But the actual secure game, it does seem, goes a bit more the way of win and lose game. Well, actually, to be fair, Penguins Bishops do have that Fields of Love alongside the Opwash. My only issue is you have any tool that you have for secure on Penguins Bishops can just be appropriated here by the Morgan. She's a culture vulture, so best watch out. Now on the right side, best watch out. Penguins Bishops getting aggressive here, looking for the Nike. Mortal Colossus, though, is colossal. Gonna be a bit hard to drop them down. Might be easier for Sifu as they have to descend after the Celestial Sabbatical. Going to have to force out all of their relics, all of their ultimates. Not gonna work. Sifu taken out there by Ian Eyes. Morgan trying to get a bit more damage. Not gonna be enough though. This pony has got a bum leg and they're gonna be put down for glue. Milan Eyes takes that kill. The pillars dropped as well. Still in the back line though. Could be trouble. It's Crimson Eyes beaten black and blue by Mortal Colossus. Answers back the 2-for-1. Penguins Bishops still get the better half of that trade. Grab some invade as well before retreating.
They're getting the invade, they're getting the BDK, although Ganesh and Nike are pushing up there. He doesn't have Dharmic Pillars. Kind of unlikely he steals that, but good on him to try anyway. We've got Pyromancer up, we got Fields of Love down.
Uh-oh.
Yo.
Come on. Don't prove Z-Tan a liar. This god's goated. Gonna be able to just grab some quick little potions. Easy peasy to keep Cupid in the game.
Look at that sustain. Best god in the game right there.
Am I right? Only would be better if there's a nice wall alongside him. So, Cupid versus Hachiman. Is there any solo potential in this lane, or should we just expect them to just do their job, farm up until we reach the team fight stage?
They're likely going to be doing a lot of the farming. Cupid doesn't have much of a prayer. Oh!
Z-Tan? Z-Tan? Bracken-Eyes
He
says,
got the tower.
You watching, Dad?
He proved us both wrong.
Now we might be seeing a bit more bloodshed here in the mid lane too. Tear the Veil expended, but no deaths to follow. Ponyland this time gets away. Z10, I'll let you cover that kill. What the hell happened there?
SK made a decision, and that decision was like, I want the tower, I want the team gold. And honestly, they're down a little bit. It was a fairly reasonable decision to make. He lost his life. He's a little behind. But now Penguins Bishops are getting Gold Fury. That starts to kind of make the trade lopsided. Because now you're down more gold than you were a little while ago. You've lost your life. You've lost farm. You're now probably about 2 levels down, maybe even 2.5. And that's going to be a problem, especially if they get this Pyro.
It seems that it's going to go their way once again. The secure tool is just a bit too much to deal with. Bit of poke there on Crimsonized. Puts Penguins Bishops on the back end. Win lane, lose game. Want to push this advantage. We can't get objectives. We'll get some kills instead. Athena, the one being left behind. But now we're going for the Opwash instead. A Reaper immediately repositions, recognizing their life's a bit more vulnerable. They're going in for them. Don't you recognize that towers do damage? Gonna force that Sentinel of Zeus. Gonna force the pillars as well. The beads, the jukes. Beautiful moves here. The wiggles on this Opwash. That old man is not frail enough. Finally gets put down there by the fake Nike. Pony goes in deep. Crimson Eyes barely left alive. Athena as well. Penguins Bishops barely managed to avoid multiple deaths. But here comes Kukulkan. Shield immediately elicited from that shell. Going to be able to keep the rest of the back line safe, but they're still going in. It's the Fields of Love dropped as well. Pony, though, takes down Milanized finally. Cupid's rotation wasn't enough, but Sifu will adorn the end of Ianiz's spear. At the very least, you get a bit of return.
Cupid looking great. We are loving that. Excellent. So that fight. Penguins Bishops got the Gold Fury. They got the Pyromancer. At the end of the day, the only thing they really lost out of it was a couple of kills. They're still up in gold a pretty good bit. Cupid's got a pretty hefty lead onto the Hachiman. Sifu just went down, and part of that was kind of an overextension on win lane lose game's part. Ganesh did a really good job silencing Kukulkan, keeping him out of there, because if he hadn't, Kukulkan would have had 2 or 3 of them.
Might have one right here. Kukulkan goes in aggressive. Spear Mortal Hatred, forced into the aggressive form. The Brute is out to bully. Athena drops into the taunt back in. You can't hear anything. You can't see anything. You're dead. Pony goes down thanks to Milanized. Might be a few more kills here dropped as well. The Fleeting Breath put on top of the Ganesh. Penguins Bishops happy with what blood they've wrought. Only to retreat back, except for Milanized. This guy is absolutely frenzied. Penguin Bishops, though, put it up 11-7.
Athena's getting the taunts off. She's getting in there. She does not care if she's getting hit. Uh, Cupid just kind of hung out over in the left lane, secured his farm, hit the level 20. I think he gets this tower from the wave, so that's going to be a little bit of gold into the pockets of his team. And we're 18 and a half minutes in. He's already level 20 and probably has the gold in hand to go back and
He
finish
does.
starter.
He's been saving for quite a bit because I noticed the Hachimon had picked up tier 1 of that. Yeah, 3,000 gold in pocket for the Cupid Z10. You were right on it. I noticed the Hachimon had a tier 1 item and Cupid just never matched it. I guess Cupid's been trying to save up for a tier 2 plus finishing up the starter item, so a massive upgrade there for sure.
Yeah, that Cal's going to do wonders, especially at 19 minutes into the game. If they get over to one of these Furies or whatever uncontested, I mean that's a huge buff at this phase.
Plus
And
the
it looks
tier
like
2
he's
of
going
Odie,
to the
yeah.
Odie bow. Yeah, that's a pretty significant power spike right there. The question's going to be whether they use it or
He
not.
finished it.
Oh, so we finished
well,
this kill
fair
and
enough.
control, and that was the question. Morgan drops in once again, form of, and Athena, the real Athena comes down and says, I heard you say my name. Gonna be able to taunt back in the Morgan. Isn't time for her to take a tower shot while she's in her weaker form. No kills dropped to either side, though. Those warriors just a bit too tanky. We're seeing a lot of attentions being dropped here in the solo lane as that solo tier 1 does fall. Is that misplaced? Because now the response back is Penguins Bishops looking for this Primal Fury. Gun, Dawn, easy peasy.
Yeah, and that's the right call. They win lane, lose game, focused attention over on the right side. Cupid Nopwash said, hey, we got it.
Fields of
And
Love.
Fields of Love's down.
Unfortunately, not going to find any targets. Didn't love to hit those quite enough. Can actually able to dash their way back to safety after the fact. Penguins Bishops looking for this Pyromancer. Could be a bit deadly. We do have the pillars. It's the most damaging ability in the game. A nice stun, though, puts him in place. Good Spear Mortal Hatred as well. Drops the pillars right where their tomb will lie. Bracken takes the kill as they're now trapped in the aftermath. Gonna be able to grab that Pyromancer as well. Here comes the dash in, the taunt to follow. No damage, but Nike's gonna bring it herself. Drops the Sentinel of Zeus, but gonna drop soon after if the damage continues. Rooted down, cried at thanks to the Kakolin and those Crypts. Not gonna find any kills. The Tear of the Veil, neither. A lot of ghosts here, but unfortunately no spirits actually added to the kill count. Penguins Bishops have to retreat back. They're still satisfied with the objectives.
That was frustrating to watch. I gotta be honest.
What? Why?
I can't get over how good the potential there was for win lane lose game. They had such a good initiation from the Nike. I pointed out Sifu on the Yu Huang because Sifu had a flank on Yu Huang with a Nike diving on top of Penguins Bishops. That feels like that has to be an opportunity you make the most of. I mean, I understand they've got the Morgan. They're playing a bit further back. Hachimon is really trying to take advantage of his Eagle Eye shots and keep that distance. But if you're going to miss out on opportunities, that Mortal Colossus is going to set up for you like that, when you're on match point for the finals, that's a mistake you can't make in this situation. Penguins Bishops are, I said it earlier, where it felt like they were winning off of clumsiness almost from win lane lose game. Now it feels like they're just winning off of mistakes from them. That's not to take away from their gameplay, it's just to emphasize how rough win lane lose game is actually playing at this point.
That's fair. That's fair. The Nike engage was good. It was. It was very good. They just kind of. Oh God, are they on fire?
They are indeed. Fields of Love going to find one target there. It's going to be the Nike. Fire's dropped down to half health. Sleep stomping on in. Going to be the Nike ult as well. Looking for Reaper. Drops those. Crypts again. Sifu going to be added to the total. Mortal Colossus as well. You're trapped in the pillars though. Can Athena save you? Ohm going to silence him for long enough before he's permanently done so by Ponyland. Milanaz going to be taken off right afterwards. Rode down by the man in the saddle. Ianias takes down Ponyland for trade. The Ganesh right after by Bracken. It's a massacre here. A double kill there for Bracken. Secures the deicide. It's a 5-for-2 and Penguins can look for the FG.
I gotta say, what a fight from Ianias. I'm sure ZTN noticed the same exact thing I did, but Ianias went right to the back line and caused so much havoc for win lane lose game that even though they had so much damage onto Penguins Bishops, they couldn't make anything matter from it because Ianias was just bonking people over their head.
Absolutely, and he's been doing that, right? Like we went through the game one, and that was a really common theme, was to just see Ionized in the middle of 2 or 3 people, just not dying. And when you have a solo laner that is capable of creating that kind of space, good crap happens on the back end of fights.
Always going to keep that momentum going. They had, honestly, I was a bit of a doubter. When that Field to Love dropped on one single target, I just don't think they've been having the impact necessary, but got poke, got enough damage that we resulted in, hey, 5 deaths. It also limited the space the Nike could cover that allowed her to try to just disrupt the rest of the fight. Now, 24 minutes, 17-9, Penguins, with FG around 3 important players in this game, can look to grab this Fury, can look to grab the rest of the global gold on the map. We've officially entered uh-oh territory, Z10, with 10,000 to their name. Win lane, lose game. Malum mentioned the fact that we're just kind of seeing, unfortunately, squandered opportunities. What's their way back in? Who do we play through? It can't just be all on this pony's shoulders. That pack horse is going to buckle eventually. Who else needs to pick up their load?
Well, that right there was just disrespectful. Athena just jumped into the middle of 4 people, taunted Pony, and looked at him and walked away.
You can't kill me.
They got the Gold Fury there. The way back into this for win lane, lose game for me, they almost did it on the last fight. You got in, you got Opwash, and that's really kind of your mission objective out of these team comps, right? You want to kill Opwash. But Cucullin was causing such a problem, like Anthony mentioned, and Cupid was able to stay alive and find that damage on the back end. They kind of cleaned it up. But I think the trick is you do what you just did, but you've got to get the kill on that Opwash sooner. Either that, or I think you have to just turn on this Cucullin. If Cucullin is going to be capable of fighting 2 or 3 people, at some point you've got Kinsai on Cupid, you've got Titans, you gotta kill him.
We have 3 bombs in pocket. It's going to be a hard thing to do as they look to move forward for this siege. Dueling Dragons find no targets. Beads there, elicited by Cupid. The pillars as well. Morgan takes the form of an Opwash. Drops down there to the crypts. Look to see if you can find a tank-topped one. See if Z10 represented. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. Penguins Bishops going to just continue to farm up, eat some corpses, take a quick little snack. Opwash trying to share with the Cucullin says, I think I'm good. I'm a vegetarian. Thank you very much. Now rotating around to this mid-tier 2 tower. Heals upon heals. Look at that. That can be shared amongst the team. What a great god. And it's going to allow Penguins Bishops just all the sustain in the world to now bring the death down on top of Mortal Colossus' head. Hey, say, I like my ultimate a lot better when I use it. I think the Crypt's going to separate Colossus from the rest of the squad. Athena ult. Used to provide a bit more security there for the Opwash. None allowed there for Mortal Colossus. They explode in grandiose fashion thanks to Reaponized. Nice little root there from Ionized. Puts Ganesh in an awful low place. Shell gonna be expended. There's the bomb drop down in the mid-Phoenix. But the real bomb is the damage from Crimsonized. Absolutely atomizing Ponyland off of the map with 2 members down. Oh. Now Brackenized, though, responded by the Dueling Dragons. Gets gobbled up there by Sifu, the Dragon Warrior. That might just force Penguins Bishops to reconsider their approach for damage. That Heavenly Banner doesn't work inside the wall, you realize, right? Kalina trying to make him play a horror game. Unfortunately, she can't quite win it.
There was this split second where I thought she was about to jump out of that wall into the middle of 3 people, and I was like, hang on. This is bad odds. I know you're a little ahead, but like we gotta dial it back sometimes. Great fight there. Great fight all around from Penguins Bishops. They kind of got bopped on the nose over on that right Phoenix. Pony made a great transformation into Opwash, got the Empty the Crypts out, got him off that Phoenix. They sustained. And the thing was, it took win lane, lose game 4 of their ultimates to push the Bishops off that right Phoenix. And they said, okay, cool. We've got those 4 ults out. Let's use our abilities. Let's sustain up. Let's take the mid tower, and we'll make another push at the mid Phoenix. I like that they didn't just hard commit to a mistake. That's a mistake that a lot of teams, both low level and high level, sometimes will make. It's almost like they get into something, they make a decision, they go, well, hell, we're committed, we've got to do this. They said no, that's fine. We back up, we heal, we try at it again from a different angle, and they got it.
And they still have one more bomb in pocket to get this FG. And in 1 minute, if they wait long enough, if they decide to be patient, they'll be rewarded with a nice EFG in the game. And they lose game, though. Not quite happy about that. They have the objective secure tools. They also have a lot of poke there on that top of that Ganesh. Penguins Bishops trying to find their angle this time around. What do you think win lane lose game need to do, Z, to ensure this objective doesn't fall in the wrong hands?
Well, I think the first thing you've got to do is make a decision about target prio, and at this point, it's almost got to be Cucullin. You look at the player damage charts, you look at what's going on here, and
He won't stop
it's
diving.
not even close.
Pyromancer taken away once again by Penguins Bishops. No issue there. Another bomb dropped in the pocket. Mal, if you are this Opwash, you are Reaponized. You are the bane of Ztan's existence, and also right now win lane lose game. So he's beginning to take this FG. Do we expect the crisp to be dropped now or later?
It's probably going to be later. Look for everybody to group up. Watch for Sifu in the next fight as well. Fire Giant. Sifu's damage has been creeping up. See if he can do it.
It's EFG in the game. It's Nike in the pit and now out of it. She wants no part of this. Those dragons do awfully good damage, but not going to be enough. Mortal Colossus finds out their own mortality at the hands of Kalina. Looking for this connection next. Could be troublesome here as Reaponized awfully low. Athena is as well. She drops in nonetheless. She doesn't fear death. She fears nothing. It's going to be later as the crypts are dropped and Reaponized might be filling them themselves as they go down. Melanized as well, but they bring down supreme quality from the grave. Sifu is going to be the last one left standing. 3 members of Penguins Bishops there to still make the claim for this EFG if they so please.
They know where Sifu
I'm
is.
just looking for Sifu around this corner. Sifu might have just given away their hand. We're playing Dead by Daylight, and the killer's coming for you. Is it going to be the baby or the queen of ghosts? They take a little bit of trip above their head to try to Goomba stomp them. It's the alternate timeline, but you've entered spooky season. Crimson takes the deicide for Penguins Bishops.
He wasted enough time, though. They wasted a good bit of time. Maybe he didn't waste enough time. I think they're still going to get it.
Hey, at least the Odevo procs from Bracken Eyes got to look cool.
True.
That was pretty
Now,
5-head.
Where is Nike? Oh God, Nike's at the Phoenix. She got the Phoenix.
What the heck? Oh, yeah, they got the Phoenix on the side there of Penguins Bishops, it seems like. So nice work to their part. EFG now secured in their pockets around all 5 members. Penguins Bishops say we will not go gentle into that good smite. Win lane, lose game. Might just be watching this go to a game 5 if they can't hold on to their base.
I wondered why Aionized was not, you know, over at the FG, and it's because he was getting the mid Phoenix. Oh boy. Fair enough. Fair enough. Good play. This Cucullin is absolutely just kind of running this board right now. I mean, the Cleodna, who's had a fantastic performance. You know, Cucullin's sitting almost 10k ahead there. He's in every fight. His kill participation's near 80%. I can't say enough good about Aionized right now.
I was gonna say, if you keep saying all that good, Ian's gonna put it, like, use an expo marker and put it on their bathroom mirror.
He's about to put this clip on his workout playlist and just get even more swole. Primal Fury goes down there for Penguins Bishops. 32 minutes in, it's 24-12. Kills are doubled. Gold, thankfully, is not the same case, but it just might as well be. About 19,000 in their pockets. Defensively, that's where we're seeing this comp. Malum, what's win lane lose game's greatest hope?
It's got to be Sifu for me. I keep noticing the damage keeps going up. That's their greatest hope. But SKG42 has got to get it together in these fights. We've got to see more Hachiman damage to back up Sifu. If you have both, you've got to fight. So far, they've had none, and they almost lost their Morrigan.
That is already expended and only more damage here to follow. The Field of Love drop. We're looking here for Ganesh. Ivory Hunting's looking good, boys. Bracken Eyes takes them away. The left side bird as well. It just might be the beginning of the end for this game 4. Dueling Dragons push back in too. Hey, that looks pretty good. The Phoenix Flame's not going to be enough, though, to finish off the job. Penguins Bishops decide to call the horn for retreat. All the birds save the right side are down. Penguins Bishops can come back for more.
They can, and there's an Oni Fury coming up here in 2.5 minutes. My old eyes, it's getting kind of hard to see the map icons. Pyromancer's up. They've still got fire around all 5 members. EFG. You've still got it. You've got every opportunity here, and they're running right down for this right side.
Human Eyes has got to tame that bloodlust just a bit. Make sure someone's there to follow up after your taunt. Here comes Kleena, going to be the one to try to scream at. This isn't quite enough just yet, though. Seems we might have another pause. There it is. Crimson Eyes. Sifu going to be taken off in the midst of it, and Crimson going to finish it off. Says, pause, resume. Pony goes down right after, and now Penguins Bishops feel free to continue the assault, continue the onslaught. They tie it up. It's 2-2. We're going to a game 5, folks.
There used to be a Titan there. Now there's not. Win lane, lose game. They didn't do the first one, but they sure as hell did the second one, Z.
And more to my side of things here, Anthony Dilo. We just saw Cupid have a fantastic performance, and that just tickles me pink. I'm so excited.
You know what that means though? Opwash did too.
Like the last good Cupid performance I saw was my own, and we know how long ago that was. So like, it's you don't get to see it every day. Let me have this. Maybe they'll even play Ymir.
Ooh, that would
give you the Cupid Ymir double. I
Dude,
I only want to interject because I'm gonna leave you guys to game 5. Let you guys have the magical game 5 with the lore for Penguins Bishops. I think lose lane, win game. Oh, thanks,
win lane, lose game. They did
Whatever. They lost. I think
did.
they've got to lock in for game 5, and not just on a simple base level of lock in. There was a lot of clumsiness in game 4 that was their true demise. But towards the end, a lot of it started to get together. Ponyland, great Opwash ultimate and great timing and thinking that was able to save that one Phoenix. And then Sifu, all of a sudden, in those last few fights, around, I want to say up until the first Phoenix died, Sifu had been stuck at like 9,000 damage, and you see ending the game at 19,000, 10k damage in not even a full 10 minutes is a lot to drop on just siege defenses. So I think if Sifu and Ponyland can kind of pick up where they left off in a game 5, maybe with a more traditional jungle pick, maybe even some setup from the jungle. Think of like characters like a Hoonbots, right? That can actually set up for Sifu to be able to follow up some. I think Sifu might be able to put a little bit of damage on their back. And with the Hachiman, I did say Hachiman's got to do more damage. He ended with 24,000, but it was the positioning for me that was the big thing. Hachiman's the safest hunter you can be at times with the range of your autos on your 1. So take advantage of that, but don't forget at the end of the day, you still are the attack damage carry. You've got to get in there and do your damage. And I think SKG started to realize that too late and realized they could kind of lockstep with Sifu to find a lot of that damage. So I think there is a lot of little tools that win lane, lose game has been saying, ooh, let's remember this. Let's remember this. They lost. They're oddly set up for a game 5 in my mind.
I can't put it any better.
Crimson Eyes is what I'm looking at right now. 9-1 on this Kleena is absolutely nothing short of impressive. I think Ponyland, their stat line doesn't show how much work they're doing for the entire team. I think early game especially, we unfortunately saw that fall off. Because once that surprise factor of, I can be in Athena, I can be in your lane, starts to condense. The fights start to condense too. Morgan has a bit less room to dance in, and unfortunately isn't quite able to samba the way she wants. I think, though, there's still something to be said about maybe continuing with that line. I'm not even mad at the Morgan jungle. This double mage comp has worked for them clearly before in that game too. you just got to make sure that the rest of the pieces are all falling into place. Anthony mentioned the fact that Sifu was just kind of having a hard time cooking until the late. It comes to a certain point where it is a bit too little, a bit too late. I'm hoping to get to this game right on time because this is the only thing you got left. Your backs are up against the wall, and that's where we see these players do their best work. So let's not wait any longer. Do not go anywhere. After the break, we come back with the grand finale of these grand finals. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Animosity Smite Vanaheim Finals. It's for all the marbles between win lane, lose game, and Penguins Bishops. I'm D'Lo, joined here by Z-Tan to complete the tank top duo. We got Tess, Almighty Eye in the sky, making this a Tess D's cast. Z, how we feeling? What are we looking for?
So, we're feeling good. I got to see a good Cupid performance, and that has just met my quota for the year. Like, if I never see another Smite game this year, that was good enough for me. But now we've got a game 5. So
We do.
Moving into that, what I want to see is comfort. That is what it is always best to fall back into, because it's not just one team with their back against the wall here. It's the a Mexican standoff, the old Spider-Man meme. It's they're both going home if they lose. It's the end of the line. I want to see comfort. I know we saw the Scylla ban. You know, that's one of Pony's more comfortable, and clearly Pony hurt somebody on it earlier. I'd love to see some Scylla. Whatever these guys are most comfortable on, that's what you want to do for your game 5. You want to get on your comfort, you want to have a good game, you want to play your best, and you want to play comfortably.
A lot of picks that you might be feeling comfortable with on Penguins from these prior games taken away. Opwash, you're happy about that. Depri, they're happy about that. Kleena, same thing. These are guys that have operated well so far in the games we've seen before. When they lose game, don't want to see them picked up once again. That leaves quite a lot of options that we have not gotten to see picked up. Like you said, that's Scylla, if we decide to have that prioritized on either side. But Penguins still do have a ban left. They might decide to take that away from Pony right now. I don't know, though. Scylla jungle, that's an interesting one for sure. I mean, it naturally does force that issue, of course, of we're really waiting for the late game. It's worked for them before. It's going to be the Raijin banned away instead. A lot of mage hate here in this first wave. What does that leave for them to first pick up?
Well, you can go towards your solo laners. You can look to maybe take this Cucullin away from Aionized. You could look to get the Cthulhu for yourself. A lot of options you can go with there. Although I guess with Cthulhu being banned so much, you'd probably prioritize the Cthulhu here.
Yeah.
Because if Aionized is that good on Cucullin or in the solo in general, I'm sure he plays Cthulhu. I doubt it's something you would want to hand over. The board is wide open right now for whatever you want to pick up. You know, maybe yeah. The Nuwa, there was a reason that it kept getting banned, and it's like we discussed earlier. It's that like 25-minute mark when she's got the Soul Reaver, the items, and you know you're staring down the barrel of eating 700 damage every 70-80 seconds. Morgan Le Fay Athena being hovered. One locked.
Being locked. I think they're trying to take away that Morgan Le Fay jungle. I think they're afraid of that. I think it won game 2. We didn't get to see how, but we know that it did win. And they don't want to see it happen again. They're also enabling a tool that got them the victory last game. Athena, I think that was a fantastic way to work around. And now it forces the question, do you pick Morgan again? No, it's Cthulhu. I'm happy about this pick. Cthulhu's fantastic. There's a reason it gets banned all the time, picked all the time. To see it used against Aionized could be a great way to put them down in the dirt.
I'll tell you right now, I almost wanted to see Pony take that Morrigan here.
2 Cthulhus. 2.
The old double Cthulhu strategy.
Cthulhu.
It's tried and tested. In fact, with that being mentioned, I would expect to see Penguins probably ban the damn thing moving into the phase 2, because it's still available and on the board. Yep. There it is.
Smart.
They are not having that. Yeah, and fair enough. Like nobody wants to fight one Cthulhu, much less two. So they they do not want to see Pony play Scylla. I don't know what Pony did, but I'm proud of you, buddy.
Hachiman banned away as well, which does open up the possibility for a Cupid to make its return. I know that would make you proud too. Cirquet banned as well, which prevents that game one performance. I love how much respect both these teams are showing their opposition. It shows that we recognize that it's not just about our execution. Y'all are also kind of tough on these gods. We don't want to see you return back to them. So what's left at the end of the day? A lot of these comfort options have been taken away. It might be a new one. Jing Wei, locked in here by the Penguins. They can't fly, I've heard, but this god certainly can.
Well, I was gonna say you don't go back to the Cupid here with the three lock-ins that win lane lose game have put on the board. Cupid does absolutely nothing to him. In fact, Anher's long been considered like a hard counter matchup. The Jingwei, very solid pick. Very hard to miss farm, even if you get ganked, put behind. Very hard to kill in the first place. Decent clear, great late game. That seems to kind of be the theme of this Penguins team right now is we're going to play for this late game. Ganesh, solid. Very solid. Very solid pickup. The Dharmic Pillars can be a problem for Cthulhu depending on how they're positioned, because you can't always see the bastards down there when you're, up in the sky. But as long as that placement's fine, the interaction's just fine. Ganesh again, solid god. Thanatos. Now, that is another of Pony's gods. And it is very much a comfort pick.
That's what you asked for. It's what we're seeing. It's grandma's homemade chicken noodle soup alongside the rest of these tried and true tools. Of course, there's risk alongside it. We're no longer just thinking about the late game here for win and lose game. We're trying to really win the lane and hopefully snowball that into winning the game. Lancelot, though, is a god who can do a similar sort of dance. If they decide to pick this one up, they're charging enemies down. They're slowly building momentum with the speed they can pick up with these really quick, lightning-fast, mounted-up rotations.
Absolutely. And I mean, with both of these comps locked in now, I guess we're still waiting on the Lancelot lock-in. But if that is the case, Thor. You know what? I like the Thor, and I like the dynamic that it has here with the rest of the roster. Thor gives you the ability to have some impact around the map in the early to mid, as opposed to having to wait entirely for a Jing Wei to come online, having to wait for Morgan Le Fay to get items. Thor now gives you the ability to force pressure in some of these lanes and maybe even a lead.
Yes.
Thor does, on the other hand, have an extraordinarily difficult time into Ganesh and Thanatos.
Also, yes.
So we will have to see how that plays out. But I mean, with Athena and Thor on the map, the Penguins have the option to put 60% of the map anywhere on the map, just about any time they choose to.
That global pressure has worked out well for them in the past, but we have global pressure of our own on the side of win lane lose game, Z. That Thanatos working with that Nuwa could be very potent. If I'm in the sky and I see no execute threshold targets, say, hey, little help here, Sifu, and quickly the shards of fire drop down, and so do the health bars maybe into that threshold. So those Aegises, you better keep those boys close to your chest. You're going to need them for those ultimates.
You absolutely are, and the later the game gets, the more dangerous it's going to be. As that Thanatos ult levels up, the threshold for kill increases with it. The Nuwa fire shards, they start hitting harder, they start getting these item procs. Cthulhu's difficult to fight on the best day. You've got the damage out of the Anher. there is a lot going on here for this win lane lose game comp, and honestly, I'm looking, if the game goes past the 25-minute mark, I'm not sure I see how the Penguins draft outdoes it.
I've got to agree that I have similar fears. There's so much protection shred, too, built into these comps between those pillars, between on her passive, even if you want to get into it. Cthulhu's going to be completely debuffing and demoralizing anyone by descending them into madness. So you best be careful. You've got to make sure these jungle rotations are on point. If you're using these global ultimates, it needs to be for a particular purpose. We can't just be appearing on the scene without actually any reason to be there. So I'm hoping that they really manipulate this early game well. We saw a bit of a slowdown before. Those BDKs weren't pulled quite as early. I'm expecting back to the good old same Penguin Bishops we've seen before, where they're grabbing BDKs left and right and continuing that objective domination we've seen before.
That is definitely their best way in, is to build their lead like they have done before and nip it early. You do not want this game to go to 35 minutes. You just don't. With Nua, with On Her, with Thanatos, you do not want to be fighting this at 35, 40 minutes in a fair fight.
So hopefully we'll see them obey that same call. Now, 5 for 5. We got 2 for 2 in terms of the scoreboard. Z-Tan, I know you said what the condition is for them to win. Who do you predict taking it home?
That's tough. Both of these teams have put up really good games.
They have?
And I mean, when you've got a 2-2, a game 5 of a finals, it's really difficult to say. But just based on comp and feeling and a guy that's retiring, I got to throw it to win lane.
Very fair. For me personally, for the storyline, for the double global ultimates, for taking away a key tool from Win Lose Game, I gotta throw it to Penguins personally. So we're diametrically opposed, but I've still got a feeling they're gonna give us a good show here. Keep an eye again on those timers. Keep an eye on the relics as well. If you are either of these junglers, you have these ultimates that are gonna be going global. Mr. Worldwide, call him Pitbull. Where do you want to see these ultimates falling? Which lane should get their attention?
Well, the nice thing about the Athena, the Thor, you know, if it's me personally, I'm gonna be looking for this Nua. Nua is the one that I'm going to look to put behind if I'm the Penguins, because Nua is the one that I least want it to make to full build. I think, especially with the Thor Athena, you've got to go for your less mobile, your more vulnerable targets, and On Her is just not that.
Got to find out if they make good on it. Guys, all of our chips are in the center. It's the final game of the season finals of Vanaheim. Let's find out who can make their legacy known. Z10, don't take it out. Welcome back, everyone. Win lane, lose game. Penguins Bishops. It's 2 for 2. All tied up. There's no excuses. No more game tape left. We have arrived at the end of the line here. Z, how we feeling? What we looking at?
Right off the rip, I'm looking at the builds in the mid lane. Nua opting for the Conduit Gym, Morgan Le Fay opting for the Sands of Time. And that tells me that Nua is going to be looking for the proc. She's going to be looking to do just what I was talking about and, you know, start these fights by dropping 800 damage onto somebody. Outside of that, everything else is pretty standard across the board. Cthulhu kind of getting the better of Cucullin on wave 1, which is not something you get to see a lot of gods do very often. Nothing too crazy I'm expecting from the rest of this map here just yet. you got a lot of later game characters on the board right now. Thanatos has got great early game, but Nua actually, now that I'm undumbing myself, has a pretty solid early game with that stun. But Morgan, not great. Jingwei, not spectacular. I'm going to be looking for this start heating up a little bit more towards the mid game for most of this. But Thanatos has the option to get involved early, and we all know what Thanatos can do to a game from ahead.
We're seeing where these junglers are deciding to put their favor. Thanatos going to the right side. Thor ambling to this left. Not looking for any kills on either respect. They're just going to wait for the little fives to crop up maybe before they actually decide to full tilt on in. Which just leaves, of course, the dual lane just to their lonesome. We saw a bit of farm wars prior. No real aggression between these two carries. When the supports are here, do we expect to see any bloodshed drawn down in the long lane?
I think Ganesh and Anhur could definitely look for kills. Like with Anhur's passive, with the Ganesh knockup, you've got the options there. Athena Jingwei, not quite as much. Jingwei just really doesn't do that much in the early game of Smite 1. Smite 2, totally different story. But the early game of Smite 1, not quite so much. So I'm not expecting too much out of that side of things.
What's a nice thing for Jingwei in this matchup? Disperse, knocks you up. I fly away. Remove obstacles, knocks you up. I ride away. Knock it from Cthulhu ult, knock up, the 3. I get knocked up, I fly away. These penguins are learning how to harness jet enginery, I suppose, and they're making good on it. And that could be a really great tool to keep your carries safe, whereas that's been kind of the game plan for Penguins Bishops for a while. Keep the back line of the back line. And now, Pony, in the fountain, just taken down there by a well-drawn fist by Ionize, roots them down in place, and sends them packing.
Well, I mean, you gave up the first blood, you got the blue. It's not optimal, but you did at least get the blue. So, you maybe put your solo laner slightly ahead in XP, but overall, not a trade I would have wanted to make. First blood going into the pocket of Cucullin, who looks like he's going into immediately maybe a Pestilence, maybe Heartward, probably Pestilence. Cthulhu's already got this breastplate built. Okay, alright, cool. It was Pestilence. I love being proved right while I'm talking. Where was I going with that? Rough.
Anti-heal.
Guys,
nice.
Don't get old. It sucks.
Against a Thanatos, it's going to be very useful. Against the lifesteal, inevitably built by this Honor, also going to be quite nice. Sustain built in by Cthulhu too. So having that online early maybe means that we'll see some early rotations. Seeing an early ult from both Thanatos and this Ganesh dropped in, looking beneath the tower. That could be dangerous. You're knocked up. You're put back into the back line. They want no further part in this. A good attempt, but unfortunately this pony's got to gallop away.
Yeah, that's kind of your... Oh! Ooh! Cthulhu's low.
They went back in, though. That could be dangerous, my friend. Might want to see some buyer's remorse in a second, but just going to be able to put enough damage onto the Thor to force them away. I'm liking the favoring we're seeing differing here. They're not going to the same spots, and Jingwei's going to the sky, having to evade after that pillar stun. Nice work there by Win Lane Lose Game to force out some tools, but at the very least, like you said, Jingwei has no issue backing. They can just return back with the blink of an eye. Almost going to be blinking eye, and then your life is gone, but staying alive just for a little bit longer. Mortal going to be in no mortal danger. Can't say the same there for Bracken Eye. Stuck around a bit too long there. Now Athena drops into the fray. Says, Jingwei is lost. Let's try to get some more kills over here. Consuming power consumes the life of Thani.
Solid return kill there, and SKG42 got the kill onto Jingwei over in the left, got the solo kill. And if we remember what Anthony was saying at the end of the last match, he had a lot of insights, but one of the things he said was that, like, SK kind of needed to step up in that carry role. We needed to see him doing some more. He started to at the end of that game, and this is a good start for him. He's starting strong. maintaining some of that momentum. You've got to get in there as a carry, and Anher's definitely a good god to do it with. Jingwei is going to be really tough to put behind, but the gold going into your pocket's going to be nice nonetheless.
And let's see where that gold's balancing out. It's 1-2 in favor here of Penguins Bishops. And they're going to make good on that with a nice 600 gold lead. No Bull Demons pulled quite just yet. Bit unconventional for what we've seen from these teams. Objective secure, though, is just not quite going to be the specialty of Penguins Bishops. They don't have that fat burst off of Morgan Le Fay. It's a bit more spread out. But win lane lose game aren't quite tilting their hand for it either, which might mean they're focused on the kills instead. We might just see some members rotate around for it. I don't know, Z10, do you expect win lane lose game to be the greater aggressors when it comes to these objectives?
Well, you know, with the Anher, with the Ganesh, I think you have a pretty decent advantage in that department. Not to mention you've got the Thanatos, you've got this aggressive team comp. So I think you kind of need to be the aggressor here, because this isn't a comp you want to play off the back foot.
Well, Penguins Bishops taking the front foot forward. Might be pulling right through the most damaging ability in the game. The Ohm doesn't do any damage itself. Nice remove obstacles, though. Gonna remove Mylanized off the map thanks to a well-timed rotation from Sifu. But here comes the Thor. Here comes the Descent of Madness. The Kaiju Cam. All of you are ants to me, and you will be stomped beneath my boot. Pony, though, gets their wings clipped first by Ionize. The rest of the members still retreating, and now it might be low health time for Cthulhu. In trouble thanks to the rotation there from Reorganize. They're going to look for a bit more damage here thanks to Athena. Why just stick around? Go right back to the fountain the easy way. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Quality dropped as well. Sifu now a bit of buyer's remorse. Again, going to have to retire back to the fountain the hard way. Taken out for the killing spree by Ionize. That's an easy sweep up by the Bishops. They get the kills. They don't get the objective, but they're A-okay with it.
Absolutely. That was what we call a fairly gross overextension. They made the attempt. They got an objective. They got the BDK, and that's good. But at that point, you're kind of losing that fight. You got a kill out of it in the very beginning, but the back end of it's not going well. Once you get that objective, get out of there. There is no objective on the map that is worth losing 3 to 4 of your players.
BDK especially not. And at this point, it's just going to further cement that Penguins Bishops have this early lead. What we asked them to do. They don't get the objective, that's A-okay. We saw that win lane lose game wanted to be the aggressors on it. They do have that secure, but unfortunately, they're not securing the tools they need. Look at this, Thani 0-3. That just does not feel good when you know the MO of this god is to snowball early.
No, the behind Thanatos is not a great feeling, but it is playable. If you can get people into that execute threshold, it doesn't matter what his level is. So, regardless of him being behind there's still a way for him to be productive and contribute to these fights. So I'm not super worried about the Thanatos prognosis. What I am worried about for win lane lose game is the potential for the start of this snowball here for Penguins Bishops. If they make another one of these overextensions, the first one, you're super early, you're only 700-800 gold behind, it's not that big of a deal, but another 3 or 4 men go down and you could be looking at trouble.
Trouble here in the duo. Honor going aggressive. Takes down Brackeneyes here in the mid, though. We're seeing plenty of aggression as well. Thanatos comes down with the crash land in the midst of those pillars. Thor takes up to the sky. Thani tries to catch up with the blink. Now do you go aggressive or do you retreat back to safety? I only know aggression, but it might be a bit misplaced. Those metal fragments gonna just barely tickle the back of their robes, meaning that both members of Penguins Bishops able to escape with a sliver. That was close.
That was close, and SKG 42 with another kill onto this Jingwei, and if you notice, I mean, she's only a level behind or so. It's not that big of a deal. You just don't put Jingwei that far behind. But again, that's gold going into Anher's pocket. So regardless whether you put her behind, you're definitely getting value out of it. Looking around at the builds, nothing wild going on yet. Nua's still working on getting some items up. Looks like she's going into Doom Orb for the second. Pony's making a rotation over into the right. I guess they're looking for the blue, maybe? No. Just said hi.
Just a little quick visit to my friend Ianized. I think they're looking for the kill, but Ianized a bit too clever for it. Immediately backs off. Scythe goes wide, which means there's no real kill potential. Especially lacking that blink for Pony to be down for another 60 seconds. Ult's back up. Means there's some potential in that case. But we haven't seen this initiation. We haven't seen the puzzle pieces click together. That Sifu Fire Shards combination with that hovering death just hasn't quite made its mark yet. There's still a few more minutes before we reach that threshold of the time that you mentioned. But until then, Mylena is just trying to get their own farm. Might be paid back for it. You're no jungle, my friend. Might be going back to the fountain in a second. Nice dash, gives them a bit more space. Thor trying to back them up with the wall. Doesn't find any stun targets, means that the real target's going to be this Athena, brought down once again by SK.
SK is standing on the brink of what's starting to look like a really good performance for him out of this carry lane. Cthulhu's over into the mid, and he's in the ult.
But Penguins Bishop's already having secured the beacon, saying no more real case of actually pushing this aggression. Just going to watch as the crazy squid demon man in the background fades back into his regular mortal form. And that's going to force a rotation here from win lane, lose game. They say, we're just going to go where you aren't. Take away this fury. Easy peasy as Order grabs himself the bigger piece of the objective pie.
Great call there from win lane, lose game. Their objective calls have not been spectacular over the course of this set. A lot of the really good objective calls and maneuvers and macro have really been from Penguins. I think that's the first time I've seen a really good call for an objective. I mean, they just got it for free.
Just recognizing that the pressure on the health bars was too much for Penguins Bishops to really try to contest. And that at that point, they also had the best tools. Thor, using their tools to look for any members who take a step too far forward. Sifu having to back off, recognizing that it might be Thanatos instead, victim to their claim. They use their own global ultimate, says, I got one too, and you're in the threshold. Crimson gonna be taken away by Immortal, steals that kill away from the Thani. And now Athena goes up to the sky for her attempt to try to fly. These Penguins are going into the air, and Pony's going down into the ground. Some damage onto Athena's going to force her to retreat stage right. Reap can't. They've been taken away by SK once again. The Lion's Maw just devouring any low health members of Penguins that fall into their grasp. BDK's got to be next.
I love this call from the On Her and win lane, lose game. This On Her is playing very well. SK's putting on quite a performance. Oh, Cthulhu!
Oh, Cthulhu. Mortal gonna fall, though, right afterwards. They grab a bit of damage. Not gonna be enough, though, as they end up taking a spill themselves to their opposition. Interesting play, at the very least. I respect it. That's going to, though, be another head decorating the spear of this Cucullin. You get the Milanese. That's nice. But the Athena definitely is not quite as worthy as your life is.
Well, I really like this rotation from the On Her. On Her soloed Jingwei a couple of times, and he said, look, all right, I can't put her behind. What can I do is rotate around. I can make the rest of the team go. And now Than's ulting Jing.
Because I heard you got a lot of kills in this Jingwei. Can I help? And Jingwei is going to use those beads to try to escape. Rotation here from 3 members of Win Lane Lose Game. They really want to just try to keep Brackenized back down in the mud. Athena might offer their life in trade. Silenced, but a nice pillar. Wow, that was actually really well placed. Unfortunately, can't find the combination right afterwards. Just quickly shoves Athena back underneath their tower. Bit of damage dropping here on top of Thor, as well as Cthulhu takes in a heavy pursuit. Gonna be just fine thanks to that Mjolnir's attunement. Now 15 minutes. It's 7-8. And it's really, really even. Despite those kill advantages, might be seeing another one drop here in a second. Consuming power, trying to close the distance, but still respecting Sifu's space. Athena drops in, finds the taunt. Here comes the counter there from Cthulhu, but it's not enough. Milanized once again goes in, searching for blood, and wets their beak in trade. There's the pillars drop down. There's the Descent of Madness dropping up. A lot of damage going to be dropping onto Milanize, but they're still pretty tanky. In fact, it's Cthulhu who could be in danger. Mortal Colossus is indeed mortal and no longer colossal one bit. They disintegrate into ash. Ionize takes them away once again. Thanatos can't go up to the sky in a second. They do manage to find it. They take Reap as well. A beautiful kill to put Pony back in it. They have enough health to still rejoin if they so please, but they say, I'll take what I can get and go. Win lane, lose game. Now have to retreat as well.
No shot. Pony just went into that ult at like 17 health, came down and got a kill. That is cracked.
Thanatos.
All right. Great plays. Great plays. And this game's still pretty even.
Yep.
1,400 maybe? And we're almost 17 in? Oh,
This Honor is tanking so much damage. Are you a carry? Are you sure? They're looking for the Athena. Disperse around the wall, not going to find its target, but Nuwa goes up to the sky, drops down with a kill on Minized, and now Thor barely escaping with a sliver. Ponies on the trail. They smell death in the water. It's not going to be quite granted to them. Didn't have that ultimate up just yet.
And now they're getting gold. Cthulhu and Pony are up here just kind of daring somebody to step up and win lane, lose game, get the gold fury. Gold leads back to 200. It's back to completely dead even in this match. Now, we're approaching the 18-minute mark. Nuwa's got the Soul Gem. I'd expect Soul Reaver to be coming soon. And
I'd expect Thanatos to be coming soon. He's in the sky. Cthulhu's also there, and Ionize is down in the ground. Thor arrives in the backline looking for on her, but don't you know, haven't you learned your lesson? This cat's tanky. The elephant's certainly not. They go down. Reapanize claims their soul. And it could be Cthulhu going down next. A good sigil forces them from the dash. Here come the clay minions to try to contest, but the beacon's already gone. And now Nuwa's cut off from their friend Sifu. Could be in trouble. Takes the little ride off that gust to take their way out from the beacon pit. Milani is going to go down instead at the end of the scythe of Pony. Now Thor can be in a bit of bother as they use their wall. That stun's not going to be enough to stop 3 members. Mjolnir's attunement buys them some more space. The scent of death not going to be lost, but the Fards of Fire are going to take them down as well. Crimson Eyes once again foiled by Nuwa's plans. Going to be another good fight there by win lane, lose game. Look at this, Thanatos blinking into the back line. Brackenized, absolutely taken out for the count. They're looking for more, and Aegis matches it though. The beads as well. It's not enough. Reapanized, reaped once again by the Grim Reaper himself.
He got it. I can't believe he got it. Oh my God, and got the Aegis out. Just to add
the
insult
beads
to
too.
injury. Oh man. Okay. So that was some pretty. The team fight wasn't the prettiest thing we've ever seen, but the individual play on the back end of it, the kill secure from the Nuwa, and then the double kill on the back end from Pony. They're getting these objectives. They're now almost working on 3K ahead in gold, and they're going for fire.
Pony says that Thanatos is a late game god. I believe it. Win lane, lose game. Looking for this 20-minute fire giant. Penguins, though, have tools around the spot. Athena in the front. Kakolan in the back. Spear Mortal Agent finds the back of Sifu. Now Athena going to join the back line, too. Huge Athena ult. Huge Crimson Eyes ult. Double kill on a Pony land. That's a big shutdown. Those pillars won't save you. Neither will your puny Cthulhu ult. Turn tail and run before you go down, too. Brackenized puts one victim at the end of their arrow, and Cthulhu, descending back to their mortal form, is made into tulips once again. Ironized takes them down. It's only SK left alive. They're trying to maintain their KD.
You know, Dila, we talk sometimes about ult staging and staging abilities, using them in order, your PIMDOS, if you will. That was one of the most beautifully executed combination of ults I've seen in a long time. Cullen went in, pulled the aggro, got the attention, he got abilities, he got an Aegis out on Nuwa. Then Athena stages the ult in on Cucullin to keep him alive, and once they've finished trying to deal with that nonsense, Thor comes in on top of their heads. It was a beautifully done team fight, and the result is 4 kills and Fire Giant on every member of Penguin's Bishops.
It's a great response after some unfortunate fights we've seen on their end. Now Penguins Bishops, they can spread their flippers. They too can take to the sky. They too can soar. When Lane lose game, scratching their heads thinking, what the hell went wrong there? It's that global presence, that Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305. It's that pressure they've been managing to afford throughout this entire set, and they're piloting it perfectly. The question, of course, is, win lane lose game, what's your response?
Well, at this point, I think you've definitely got to go on the defensive a little bit. The game's even, which means that that Fire Giant is a pretty huge buff to be fighting into if you're evened out. This Oni Fury might be a point of contention. I think you could possibly look to steal it, but I don't think you want to try a 5-on-5 fight with, you know, fire around the belts of all 5 on Penguins. You could look for a steal with the Dharmic Pillars or something, though. Nua's not quite at that late game point yet. We don't have the Conduit Gem upgraded. We don't have a Soul Reaver. She's still working on getting there. It looks like they're contesting.
I think they're trying to bait them in for a fight, but you might get baited yourself because Thor is up in the sky. Athena's coming down to the ground as well. Cthulhu's used their low health members on both sides. Pony's low. Milanai's taken out by Sifu. And there goes Supreme Quality next. Both supports taken out. Mortal Colossus brought down low. And Honor might need to join the grayscale with your buddies. It could be your time, but a good, well-timed Aegis gets them back to safety. Unfortunately, Sifu, not the same case. That relic won't do you any good. Double kill there for Bracken Eyes. And now we're looking for the Honor. Can you get a kill before you go down? No! It's a deicide. Win lane, lose game. Have unfortunately lost that fight in spades.
That might not be all they lose here. That's a call. You've got Ganesh up, but they have a chance to get that bird. They are low though. That's Dharmic Pillars?
They're up, they're down, and here comes the Thanatos. He's up. Is he down? Yes! Reaping Eyes absolutely mollywops the god of death. I laugh in his face. The bird still flapping its wings, and the Penguins don't quite like that, but Cthulhu's got his up too. He's trying to go in, and now he's back out. Mortal Colossus trades out his life. It's a bad action movie, and Penguins Bishops are looking like prime Jackie Chan. Mid-feed, he's going to be burned away in just a second.
They got it. They got it. The call was kind of questionable to me at the very beginning, right? Like you only had the Ganesh, but you were really low on the back end of it. They got it. They got it done. They got the mid bird. They've still got fire on everybody that matters. It'll be gone soon, next 30 seconds or so. They get the objectives. They clean the map. Great play from Penguins Bishops here, and they've taken what was, you know, even at 16, 17 minutes in, 200 gold differential to almost 6K.
That is crazy, given where we just were like 5 minutes ago, Z10.
Right.
Everything's just changed completely. It's because Pony's not been given space to operate. In fact, he's been given no space at all. Here comes Thor once again. The wall's not going to find the mark. Means you got to go to the sky quick. Those pillars going to be dropped over the wall, too. A good way for Ganesh to help while not being physically present. At least keeps Ponyland alive. Tier 2 tower, though, can't say the same. Taken out there on the right side. These structures are slowly starting to crumble down. Win lane, lose game are losing safe spaces.
They're losing safe spaces, and more importantly, Penguins Bishops are getting some items online. The fights that we just saw, there were several cases where win lane, lose game were pretty even in the item department, besides maybe an upgraded starter here or there. Now, Penguins Bishops are pretty definitively ahead in the item department. Every starter's upgraded on the team. Cullen's got his build finished out. You know, we're working on finished builds for everybody else. We're at that 25-minute mark, and we talked about in the very beginning, you don't really want to get to the point where you have to tangle with this Nuwa doing half your health pool on your squishies or having to throw the Aegises at the beginning of the fight. She's got another few minutes before she's there. Penguins Bishops have a good advantage right now in these fights. They're fighting as a unit so well. They're making another pull onto fire, and I love it. They need to end this game fast.
They're looking to take the queen so they can finally put the king in checkmate. It's going to be this FG, but Cthulhu's up on the scene. So is Cocoon in the back line, silenced by the Ohm. Thor takes to the sky in response. There goes the Thani. There goes the Nuwa. Everyone's spreading their wings. The question is, who will have theirs taken away? SK robbed of their life by Ionize. Cthulhu in the back, going to go down as well. Gets Penguin pip slapped by Milanized. And now it's going to be Cocoon looking for the final dregs of damage on this Nuwa. A nice runic bomb, though, stops them in their place. Crimson is dropped down low, too, but Supreme Quality is dropped even lower. It's 3 deaths for none. Penguins Bishops are soaring.
Holy cow. And Thanatos is up behind him, but I don't know that he can do anything about it. The ult's down. They've just got 4 marching in, and Nuwa's at half.
Pony's playing a Splinter Cell game at this point, but Cocoon's found them out. And Penguins Bishops are looking for the kills, but Crimson Eye's already been taken out. We got Sifu. There's something in the mist. It's a Nuwa, but watch out. Ponyland. It's a horror movie slasher. Sifu goes down, but Pony's got the triple kill. They defend. They will not go gentle into that good smite. And Cthulhu's back for more. Penguins Bishops here have made a risky gambit. It's not going to work.
Oh my god, and they're gonna get the Phoenix up too. It's like there was never an advantage. This is wild. Ionize may go down here too. He's trying to get out, but there goes Honor. Nope. Ooh. What a defense.
Oh my god. Penguins Bishops, they've made an unfortunate move. They took their hand off the piece, not realizing it was waiting for someone to snap it up. Beautiful play by Ponyland. You've got a reason to say yay now as FG goes to their pockets.
I try not to do a lot of cursing on casting, but this one deserves a holy shit. What? How? How? There were 2 of them. There were 2 of them.
And then there were none of them.
Wow! There's fire!
Win lane, lose game.
It's flipped. They've just flipped it on its head.
This is not over yet, they say. We've got a reason this game's gone to 5. 30 minutes is on the mark. It's not an EFG, but it's still quite potent, and they're stepping up for the pyro. We don't care what the excuse is. We just want to fight. And
oh, God!
It looks next there. It's a ton of damage. It's Cthulhu going down potentially afterwards. Supreme Quality wiped away. The runic bombs drop down, but Cthulhu goes in deep. Finds the double on Immortal Colossus. In the back, just trying to catch up to Sifu. There's something in the mist. It's going to be rooted in a second, except those beads stop them. They turn for the kill on the Thor, but a wall separates them from their quarry. They have the clay minions, but that does not make this a fair fight. Those are AI. We are real people. But Sifu says it's enough, damn it. Crimson Eyes goes down. It's a deicide. Win lane, lose game have lost the fight, but have they lost the set? 18 more seconds until Ganesh pops up.
I don't know that they've got the damage to end it. Maybe?
By God, Z-Tan, they're gonna try. Milanized is back from the grave and back on the front lines. The Titans being looked at. We have the pillars, but is this good fortune on your side? It's once again Polyland takes to the sky, descends down on their low health targets. Not gonna find kills, that's just okay. The intimidation factor's enough. Penguins Bishops have to retreat once again.
All right, I don't know how the players are still standing at this point. I'm about to have a stroke watching this. Huh. So, once again, Win lane, lose game made a defense, But I think the major point of contention here is that they shouldn't have had to make the defense. You had a wipe. You had fire on everybody, and you just made a greedy call on a pyromancer. You could have been around taking towers, and we decided for an all-in fight on a pyromancer. I I don't understand the decision-making process there. Gold Fury's up. Penguins Bishops are gathering around the Gold Fury. They Primal, good call. Gonna make a little extra damage to go on to that next EFG that's upcoming in about 2 minutes. But it's almost just kind of back to a stalemate. I mean, the mid Phoenix is down for win lane lose game, but you can very easily still defend fire with that up. This is still anybody's game. Win lane, if win lane lose game want to win this game, they're going to need to clean up their decision making.
It's so far been so much pressure on Ponyland shoulders. 8, 8, and 8. That's just great. It needs to be greater. The rest of the team needs to pick up that slack. SK had a fantastic start. We're starting to see this Lion develop a bit of age. Mufasa cannot go down just yet. You can't abandon the kingdom. There's still work to do. 32 minutes is 22-31. The gold lead, it doesn't quite matter too much at this point, but still, 7,000 for the Bishops. We've reached that point where Nuwa hurts like a mother trucker, like you said, Zitan, and they have the tools. What do we need to see? What does a great fight look like from win lane, lose game if we're talking about the PEMDAS?
Well, I think optimally, Nuwa ults to engage. I think that you pop that ult out at this phase of the game. It's going to be doing fairly significant damage, and with the soul gem and all that pin, it's going to be doing a decent chunk to even the tanks. So I think you pull that out first to maybe pull the Aegis off of the Jingwei or the Morgan Le Fay to give your Thanatos a fighting chance. That's one thing I have been kind of noticing, is that Thanatos pulls an awful lot of Aegises.
Yeah, and Sifu's been kind of holding this ultimate in for that Nuwa kill secure, when we can leave that to Ponyland. Maybe use that ultimate to open the fight like you've requested, Z. It's just so much damage you have to immediately respect. Penguins Bishops respecting the space here of this Cthulhu as everyone resets back because EFG. It's in the game. It's in front of our faces and it's on our minds. Everyone stands around this pit waiting to see who makes the first move.
The first move, that it's looking like it's going to be Penguins Bishops. Thor's kind of off towards the mid. I don't think this is a full commit pull. I think they're trying to bait it here, but if win lane lose game don't get their behinds over there, they will take it.
This is Grandmaster level chess and Grandmaster level plays on the part. Penguins Bishops, Thor takes to the sky, comes crashing down on Sifu. There's something in the mist, doesn't matter, it's dead. There's Cthulhu in the back taking down Bracken Eyes. Could be them going down next, though. It's Mortal Colossus finding out they're mortal once more. EFG goes to Penguins Bishops. This match could just be over if they get the kills after. It's going to be SK driving them back, but Ionize trades it out for the DBZ. Reaps the soul of the elephant for the double kill and killing spree. It's only Pony left alive. The scent of death is all around them, be it from their comrades or the opponents. And now 3 members of the Bishops march down on your mid lane.
He's you got to give that bird up. Well, maybe you don't.
You might give up the life of Pony instead. The camera drifts just as their life does as well. And now Penguins Bishops with the deicide for the ones we've lost along the way. For our fallen brothers. For Penguin Pimp. This Titan will die. The Bishops take Animosity Finals.
Holy crap, what a game 5. What a game 5. And that just, wow. wow. Win lane lose game had a couple of just spectacular defenses. And there were moments there where you thought that it had been flipped on its head. You thought you thought they had a chance. You thought they were going to run it down. You thought they were going to do it. And Penguins just would not be denied.
The script called for it. Penguin, smiling down on their friends, grants them the undefeated season right up until the end. There were some bumps, there were some stumbles, but they would not be denied. These Penguins have achieved flight. They've achieved the almighty title of Finals champions. Beautiful work, man. Z, walk me through this stat board. What catches our eye on either side?
Well, the first thing that stands out to me, and if I've got to name an MVP for the set, it's got to be Ionized. Every single time. Every single time he's consistent. He's there 13, 3, and 17. That's a kill participation number of 30 with 40k damage. And the rest of the team played well. Thor did his job well. Reap did his job well.
Yes.
Support, carry, it was all there.
Yes.
But just across every game was just Ionized being this absolute monstrosity, fighting however many people he needed to. It varied. Sometimes it was 2, sometimes it was the whole damn team. Whatever. He was up to the task. Just a spectacular performance out of the solo there.
There was great performances on both sides. I've got to agree, though. Ionized, this one's to you. Beautiful work. You did Penguin proud. All of you guys did. This was a fantastic set to behold. I'm unfortunate that we couldn't see every single game, but you got to give your hat tipped to our friend Sifu and the rest of Win Lane Lose game. If you wanted to go out on a good set, buddy, you freaking did it. Sifu played their gosh darn heart out, and that's the reason why you saw Crimson immediately go for Sifu in the back line off the back of that EFG fights, because they recognize, they put respect on that player's name. Hey, if you're going to go out, you better go out swinging. And they absolutely did. Ponyland, also, beautiful play. It's just exactly what we want to see in a grand final, Z.
And it was. It very much was. You're absolutely right. That was exactly the type of performance, the type of game, edge of your pants, just nail biter. Fantastic set and a hell of a game 5.
Absolutely, man. Jesus, so much back and forth action, but at the end of the day, Penguins are forever. Penguins are your winners. Penguins have taken Animosity Vanaheim Finals. And with that, guys, that's all we have here for you today on Animosity Smite League. I've been D'Lo, joined here by Z-Tan for the Tank Top Duo. You had Tess, Almighty Eye in the Sky, to make this a Testies cast. And we had you, loyal, obedient viewer at home, watching all the fun. We hope you've enjoyed these sets just as much as we have. Thank you very much for watching. Keep an eye to the sky for more Animosity Smite League content. With that, guys, good games, good night, Penguins forever.